Well, good morning to you. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got another morning of some patchy fog this morning, so got to watch your speed. In fact, there is a dense fog advisory stretching through 9 o'clock this morning, so that may cause some delays in your commute. Stick around for the forecast in just a moment. So how's that labor negotiation going for the longshoremen dock workers?
Nothing's going to move without us. Nothing.
And with that, the Longshoremen's Facebook page announced workers went on strike last night, affecting about 45,000 of them from the East Coast through Texas. That strike could clog dozens of ports along the East and Gulf coasts and potentially raise consumer prices and increase shipping delays just ahead of the holiday season. Well, it is debate day, and Senator J.D. Vance and Governor Tim Walz begin their final preparations for tonight's debate. Many are wondering, though, if this debate will have any impact on Election Day.
The two candidates will face off in a studio on the west side of Manhattan that was once home to Captain Kangaroo. First-term Senator, author, and Yale-educated lawyer J.D. Vance will face off against former high school football coach, six-term Congressman, and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Vance is expected to go after Walz for claiming he once carried weapons in war when he never deployed to a war zone. And Walz is expected to hit Vance on what he said about childless women and the allegations he's aired that immigrants in Ohio have been eating pets.
That's ABC correspondent Stephen Portnoy. Well, the search and rescue mission gets underway again this morning in East Tennessee, where more than 100 people are still missing after Hurricane Helene. And it's not an easy endeavor. Roads and bridges are still washed out, and wireless communication links are still down. Officials, however, are asking volunteers to stay away from the impacted areas until they're called to help. The National Guard is also airdropping water, food, and other supplies to the areas isolated due to road damage. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks rise to start the week. The Dow closed up 17 points. The Nasdaq added 70, and the S&P rose 24, closing at an all-time high. All eyes are on the employment sector this week ahead of Friday's job report. The first look that we'll get at hiring is ADP's survey, which is due out on Wednesday. The head of the Fed speaking to the National Association for Business Economics' latest conference. Jerome Powell says inflation is down, hiring is slowing, but overall, the economy is strong. Ports from Maine to Texas could shut down if a union representing about 45,000 dock workers makes good on a threatened strike early Tuesday. The International Longshoremen's Association is demanding higher wages and a total ban on automated cranes, gates, and trucks that are used in the loading or unloading of freight at all 36 affected ports. From competitors to colleagues, DirecTV is buying Dish and Sling for $1 in exchange for the company's debt.
Now, stock futures this morning, kind of mixed. We've got the Dow futures down 110, but NASDAQ futures are up 15 points, and the S&P futures are down 5. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. look at that. We have a dense fog advisory this morning, and it stretches until 9 o'clock, so that means it could take you a little longer to get to work this morning. Already got some traffic clogged up in Napier. This is road work. It's the off-ramp, left lane blocked on I-40 westbound, the off-ramp at westbound I-24 downtown. That's exit 211, causing some delays, stop-and-go traffic in that spot. Just keep your speeds down this morning and be careful of the other guy. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. My name is Chris Hand. I am not Dan Mandis. Dan is soaking up the baby snuggles. Grandbaby Mandis is here. Congratulations to mom, to the family, to everybody just overwhelmed with joy. We're overwhelmed for you guys. Congratulations to Dan. I know he's so excited. He wanted to be here, but we told him no. Go hang out with that baby. Go hang out with the baby. So I'm filling in. Normally I do 9 to noon. If you work during the day like I do, maybe you don't have a chance to listen to my show. You can always catch it on the podcast page at 997WTN.com or on Apple and Spotify podcasts. I want to kind of pull the curtain back. One of my favorite things to do filling in on this show, and granted I haven't done it too often, but right now one of my favorite things to do is I log into the super text line and then I read the text from last night's show out of context. And it doesn't make much sense, but I love it. I love it nonetheless. And so the texts always stop around 7 when Brian's getting off the air. So I log in and I'm looking at the text from last night, and it's out of context, but I love it. Here's some text that I'm reading out of context. You ready? The polls are all bull manure. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I can go with that.
All right. Yeah. All right. That makes sense. Another one that I saw was the reviews are in. The Titans suck. Okay.
All right.
Also believe it. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Believable. But my favorite super text out of context that I've read this morning from Brian's show yesterday, the dogs would smell the bologna instead of the drugs. I have no idea what they were talking about, but this has quickly become one of my favorite things to do when I get in here filling in for Dan Mandis, is reading last night's super text out of context. What were they talking about?
What does it mean?
What does that mean? I have some ideas.
I mean, are they talking the Bulldogs, the Georgia Bulldogs? Or are they talking about, dogs that are being eaten? Or
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. This is super text out of context. Dan should do this every morning and sponsor it. But we got Johnny B producing, Joan Jones in the newsroom. Banger of a show for you guys. Very excited to be here. Thank you for having me. If you remember yesterday, we were talking about the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. And there was a big story where in Tennessee, 8 individuals had been arrested for looting after the storm. And I looked at pictures of these guys and I looked at their names and I said, wow, I wonder if they're illegal aliens. It took maybe 6 hours and they were all confirmed as illegal aliens. The New York Post has a story. A group of migrant workers allegedly looted properties and washed out part of Tennessee following the fury of Hurricane Helene on Saturday, according to a local sheriff's office. Yes, they were migrant workers. So not only are they taking the jobs for American citizens and the wages for American citizens, but when a disaster strikes, they're taking the stuff from American citizens. Don't you love it? We're being enriched culturally. The 8 men were captured by authorities in Washington County where, just absolutely devastating floods is washing away homes. People are being rescued via waterways, and it's insane. It's insane. And there are evil individuals trying to take advantage of people through the chaos. We have enough evil individuals in this country without welcoming in more evil individuals.
We have plenty of our own.
We have our own to deal with. We don't need to deal with the migrant evil individuals.
And some of them are in the government.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. 3 of the alleged perps, Jesus Leodan Garcia Pineda, Josu Berardo Ortiz Valdez, and Ursi Leonel Ortiz Valdez were charged with burglary. The 5 other guys were charged with aggravated burglary and breaking into occupied structures. So when I said yesterday, wow, you look at the picture of these guys, you look at their names, I wonder if they're illegal aliens. It took less than 12 hours and we were proven to be true. Sometimes you just got to trust your gut on these stories, and that's what we did yesterday. We trusted our gut. The alleged looters are being held on $20,000 bond. They're expected to appear in court by Monday. It is unknown if the looting happened in residential homes or businesses, but does it make a difference? I don't think so. I think these guys need to have the book thrown at them. Tennessee, we've been dealing with these floods heavy, and the aftermath of the storm has just been devastating for so many people, and our thoughts and prayers go out to them. One woman from Tennessee put a heartbreaking video on social media just calling for President Trump to help because, as she points out, the federal government is nowhere to be seen.
This message is for President Trump and President Trump only. If you don't want to hear what I have to say, keep scrolling. I live in Upper East Tennessee. I work in 2 of the towns that were flooded last Friday evening. And I can't explain the devastation here. I know that you were recently in Valdosta, Georgia, covering this same hurricane, but the current administration is doing nothing for my area. Upper East Tennessee, from Newport to Bristol to Mountain City, Roan Mountain, Unicoi, Irwin, to Western North Carolina, in places like Spruce Pine, Chimney Rock, Statesville, Asheville. They were devastated. Whole towns wiped off the map.
You can hear the pain in this woman's voice, and she just wants some help. She's not asking for the world. She's just asking for a little assistance. And, for what it's worth, we do have ways for you to help, and you can find out how on the 99.7 WTN Facebook page. We encourage everyone to do that. But it does feel like the current administration is just sitting on their hands. Or, in Kamala Harris's case, posting a fake photo on social media to pretend like she's working. The fake photo has just been disastrous for her PR-wise, as it should be. She's sitting there on Air Force 2, pretending to work with her headphones in. The headphones aren't plugged into a phone. She's writing notes on a blank piece of paper, and she's just been raked over the coals for this fake photo. Because, she wants people to think she's deep in thought and immersed in work. Okay. In her post, Harris explained that she was just briefed by FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell on the latest developments about the ongoing impacts of Hurricane Helene. Yet, it doesn't seem like the federal government is stepping up to the plate. So you're briefed, but you don't step up. Got it. Don't worry, though. If this hurricane had been in Ukraine, I'm sure the federal government would be there every step of the way, helping those people out. Or, if it was in some other foreign country. It's just a shame that all the people affected by the hurricane happen to be American citizens. Luck of the draw, right? Luck of the draw. It's 5:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We're going to check the roads real quick. Back in 30 seconds with no commercials on Super Talk.
In Napier this morning, it's road work on I-40 westbound at the off-ramp to westbound I-24 downtown. That's the exit 211, and it's blocked. The off-ramp there, the left lane blocked off, and it's causing some delays. Also, we've got some dense fog this morning, a dense fog advisory, in fact, until 9 this morning. So careful as you head out the door. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan Jones. Mostly cloudy today. High of 80 degrees. It's Chris Ann filling in for Dan Mandis. Dan is out. He's got a new grandbaby. Good for him. I would suggest that he should take tomorrow off too. But you know Dan, I know Dan. That's probably not going to happen.
No, he'll be back tonight.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
He'll be at Hop Springs, I bet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tonight at Hop Springs, we're going to have a blast of a party, by the way. Thank you for reminding me. VP debate, Walsh v. Vance. I wonder if the hurricane conversation is going to come up. It should. It should. I'm sure Walsh will say something like, don't worry, on day one, we're going to take care of it. Okay. All right. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is in Valdosta, Georgia, surveying the damage, meeting people on the ground, and his supporters are there greeting him, and they're just absolutely thrilled to see him and encouraged by his presence. It was really a cool scene to watch this unfold. This is Trump greeting his supporters in Valdosta, Georgia.
Thank you so much, and I have signed it.
Oh, that's very good. Thank you, fellas.
Now, to put this into context, I don't think Kamala Harris or Joe Biden have ever received a welcoming like this on a good day. Donald Trump is surveying damage from a hurricane, and he's receiving cheers and whistles and woos and high fives. These people could have possibly just lost everything. They could have lost friends or family members to this devastating storm. And that's how excited they are to see him. And they're excited to see him because of what he represents down there. And he represents relief. He represents relief. He brought trucks of supplies. Trucks of supplies. And he talked about that while he gave remarks standing next to Franklin Graham.
I want to thank everybody. And we came down with truckloads of things, and we're going to have that done by Franklin's incredible organization. They've done such a good job. We've done this before, but we have a lot of truckloads of different items, from oil to water to all sorts of equipment that's going to help them. But we're here today to stand in complete solidarity with the people of Georgia and with all of those suffering in the terrible aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene turned out to be a big one, like just about the biggest that anyone's seen. I spoke with all of the relief people, all of the people that do this for a living and do this at least to help, and they said they've never seen one this bad. Valdosta has been ravaged. The town is very, very badly hurting, and many thousands are without power. They're running low on food and fuel. We brought a lot of it down with us. It's going to be distributed now or soon throughout Georgia, as well as North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Virginia, Alabama, and Tennessee. That's a big one. And the devastation wrought by this storm is incredible. It's so extensive. Nobody thought this would be happening, especially now it's so late in the season for the...
And nobody thought that this was going to happen. But it did. And there's one guy on the ground there. There's one guy meeting the people affected by this storm, and that's Donald J. Trump. Joe Biden couldn't be bothered to get off the beach in Delaware. Kamala Harris couldn't be bothered to leave her ritzy fundraisers in L.A. There's one guy out there bringing supplies, meeting people. That's Donald Trump. But Orange Man bad, they say. He's an evil. He's a racist. He's a bigot. He's a homophobe. All the names. There's one guy down there helping. One guy. And it's Donald Trump. He's down there with Franklin Graham. He's bringing in supplies. And one of the most powerful moments in my eyes was when Franklin Graham got up and decided to lead people in prayer. And we're going to close this first break with that prayer from Franklin Graham.
Would you please? Yeah. I've been asked if I would lead in a prayer. Our Father and our God, we come today to say thank you for these men and women who are here as volunteers. Thank you for the president who has taken time to come and to see it for himself, to shake hands, to encourage, and to smile in the faces of people that have been hurt and devastated by this storm. Father, we ask for help. Father, we pray that as we come to this election, that your will be done. And so, Father, we pray for the president, strengthen him, protect him. Father, we thank you. And it's in Jesus' name we pray this prayer. Amen.
Amen. That's Franklin Graham in Valdosta, Georgia, praying over everyone there, the relief workers, the victims, and President Trump. It was a powerful moment. Donald Trump bringing down supplies, bringing down relief, bringing down encouragement. And there was only one guy on the ground doing that. Even CNN had to acknowledge what President Trump did yesterday, and we'll bring it to you next on Super Talk 99.7 WTM. But first, Joan Jones, my friend, what's coming up in the news?
I'll tell you, the tragedy of Hurricane Helene continues today, and why your already sky-high groceries are about to cost you more. Those stories and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTM.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
I think he's sleeping right now, actually.
That was President Trump yesterday in Georgia. Have you reached out to Joe Biden about federal relief efforts? No, I haven't. I think he's sleeping right now, actually.
Truth hurts.
It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Ann. Donald Trump on the ground yesterday in Valdosta, Georgia. And he's out there meeting with people, bringing relief, and he's creating such an impact that even CNN, the worldwide leader in fake news, CNN, they had to admit President Trump is the only leader taking this seriously.
Just as a former president, but almost as though he is a sitting president. As Boris, you just noted, getting a briefing from FEMA, getting a briefing from the National Guard. That is not something that is typically just offered to a candidate. They are treating him as though he is a former president who is there to help. And one thing that I had noticed earlier during our 1 p.m. conversation was that Donald Trump did not have that much to offer in terms of resources since he is not a sitting president. But I will note that he and the campaign say that they have arrived in that area with trucks full of supplies that they plan on giving out. So there is something there for them to offer.
There's something there for them to offer. Even CNN has to admit that Donald Trump is doing something that the federal government is currently not doing, helping people on the ground. You know, this is the second natural disaster that private citizen President Trump has beat the Biden administration to. You know, he was on the ground in East Palestine during the train crash. Now he's on the ground in Valdosta, Georgia, after the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Where's Joe? Where's Kamala? No, nobody knows. They're just posting fake statements on social media pretending to be working. That's nice. That's nice. Also unrelated, but also completely related. You think the linemen out there would like no tax on overtime this week? I think they would. It's 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Check it out. Visibility is a little iffy this morning because we've got some fog, and the roads may be a little bit slow because of it. Stick around for the full forecast and your traffic in just about 5 minutes. We are in the midst of a tragic disaster. Those are the words of officials at Tennessee Emergency Management as they continue the search for some 100 people who have been missing since Hurricane Helene roared through last weekend. Now, here's Channel 4's Dryden Quigley with the story of 4 workers who've been missing since Friday in East Tennessee.
4 of those missing from Impact Plastics and Unicoi are these women who come from a tight-knit Mexican community. They say they were told 4 bodies have been recovered, and they're waiting to hear who they are. For Guadalupe Hernandez, she says her sister Monica Hernandez went to work on Friday morning as usual. She then received a call from her around 10:30 saying Monica was in the factory and it was starting to flood. During the call, her sister says she said goodbye to her children in case she couldn't be saved. She says the water started to get in. The only thing she told me was she was standing on top of her van and then she had to get on top of a trailer. That's the last thing she told me.
Now, the family tells Channel 4 they were told by police it could take 3 days to positively identify the bodies that were recovered there. About 45,000 dock workers at ports along the East and Gulf Coast walked off their jobs at midnight, snarling supply chains and choking off about 50% of U.S. imports. The International Longshoremen's Association workers started picketing last night using social media to promote their actions. Well, Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures are pointing down 114, but NASDAQ futures are up by 33 and the S&P futures -1. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Got to watch it this morning because visibility is down. We've got some fog out there this morning, and a dense fog advisory it stretches through 9 o'clock this morning. Got some road work south side, the right lane of I-40 westbound at Hermitage Avenue blocked off by some construction there. That's exit 212. Be careful, it's stop and go in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:37 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand, filling in for Dan Mandis, who is soaking up the new Grandbaby snuggles. Johnny B producing. Joan Jones in the newsroom.
Hello.
This is the gang of three amigos.
Yes.
Hola. What do you guys got?
It's really like two amigos and an amiga.
An amiga.
Buenos dias.
What's up, guys? Has anybody seen the pictures of Dan with the new baby?
No.
I have. I've seen one.
You've seen one?
Come on. This is what happens when you're the last person hired.
No,
you don't get the pictures.
It's called Dan, because I did ask him to be sure and text us pictures, and I give him a break because I'm sure he just can't get enough of this new baby. But he was holding the baby, and Amy was the one that posted it on Facebook, and so yeah.
Yeah, there's a picture of it up on Dan Mandis Show's Facebook page, and he looks smitten.
Oh, he is very smitten. Yeah. I knew it would be that way. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to Dan's daughter, the whole family, the new baby, the new grandson, Jameson.
Yeah,
I like the name.
Cool
I like the name. Very cool
love
name.
Jameson. That sounds like we're going to join Jameson at the club, I guess. We'll play some golf and have a few drinks.
You guys want to play a game?
Sure.
Oh, I love games.
I want you to name this sound, okay?
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Guess we don't need the wall hanger.
All right. You hear that?
Yeah.
What is that sound?
Paintball?
Yeah, maybe paintball.
Good guess.
Yeah.
Any other guesses? Nope.
Sounds like a liberal with a bongo.
What you just heard was a man in Texas winning a guitar at an auction.
I saw this.
This guitar was autographed by Taylor Swift.
Oh.
He won it for $4,000. He walked up to the podium to claim his guitar and immediately started smashing it with a hammer.
It was he was so happy to do it too. Wasn't he joyful?
It was a joyful hammer swing. Yeah. With a very, very big smile while he was doing it.
And he wasn't even an ex-boyfriend.
He spent $4,000 for the right to do that. It was like a 5-second clip. He was so happy.
$4,000.
And the audience is digging it. That's
yeah.
Very amused. The video appears to have been recorded at Ellis County Wild Game Dinner. How many liberals do you think are at the Ellis County Wild Game Dinner in near Dallas, Texas?
Goose egg.
So that happened over the weekend. Even TMZ confirmed that the guitar was signed and certified to be signed by Taylor Swift.
It's signed and certified to become firewood now.
Honestly,
it's kindling.
Yeah.
You know he's got a niece somewhere that's just cringing.
Yeah.
Maybe crying.
Yeah. The MC had the hammer for the auction to do the little podium.
It's very good. A little MC hammer.
Yeah. He grabbed the hammer and went to town.
It's hammer time.
Yep. According to TMZ, though, the guitar was donated to the charity auction by a third party, not by Taylor Swift herself.
Oh, well, that would have been more rich.
That would have been way better.
Yeah, it would have been.
Still, I think that somebody probably showed her that video.
Oh, yeah. I imagine Taylor Swift is chronically online.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
She's seen that video a few times.
I think she's Googling herself quite a bit.
She Googles herself a lot. Yeah.
I wonder if she sees the memes where people talk about her CO2 footprint traveling around in that jet.
Yeah.
I want to be a fly on the wall when she sees that. Hey, let's lecture Americans on their carbon footprint while I gallivant.
She gets the John Kerry Award.
Yeah, right? Oi. Also, sad news, Pete Rose passing away.
Yeah, that was sad.
He should be in the Hall of Fame, right?
Yes, he should. I think he should.
I
Way
don't
overdue.
know. Come on, guys. He was betting on baseball.
I mean, yeah, keep him out of the game. Sure, I can go with that. But with what he accomplished in the game, put him in the Hall of Fame.
Put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dikembe Mutombo also passed away.
That's so sad.
Yeah, I love Dikembe Mutombo.
I did too.
As a kid growing up in like the late 90s, early 2000s, those Allen Iverson Sixers teams with Dikembe on them, they were something special.
Yeah, they were.
Was he the guy that did the "Not in My House"?
Yep,
commercial?
not today. Not today.
Yes.
Yeah, I did the finger wag.
Yeah.
I still scold my kids with the Dikembe Mutombo finger wag from time to time.
Not today.
Not today. So yeah, we lost a couple sports stars in the same day. That's wild, right?
Yeah.
We're losing a lot of icons. I mean, they just seem to be. It used to be in just threes. Now it just seems like it's a huge group.
Yeah.
But in the case of Dikembe Mutombo, it was brain cancer. I mean, I had no idea. I didn't know that before. I don't know if his family made it private, but what a terrible way to go.
At 58.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just sad.
It is sad. Way before his time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 58. The older I get, the younger 58 seems. You know
Trust
what I mean?
58 seems really young when you're 60.
Yeah, it does. And it even seems younger when you're over 60.
Yeah.
I feel like 58 is very, very young. Way too young.
It is way too young.
And Lou Gossett Jr. passed away yesterday as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean,
there's
that's from the super text line. They're just piling on the bad news.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, super texters.
Yeah,
you can hear the affection.
Yeah. Thanks so much, guys.
What are you guys' debate predictions tonight?
The mopping of the floor with Tim Walz. I
predict Tim Walz is going to lose his temper.
You think so?
I think he will. I think he, unless they've just coached him to no end, keep your cool. Because I understand this guy's a short-tempered fellow.
Yeah, I think J.D. Vance is going to bring up the China ties, which the House Oversight Committee just released another report on yesterday.
Yes.
Which perfect timing.
Yes.
I think we're going to bring up stolen valor. I think we're going to bring up IVF lies, and I think all of it needs to be brought up.
It does.
And the legislation that he signed that allows parents to be ill-informed about their children's efforts to transition themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that should be downright criminal.
Absolutely.
I wish someone would bring up what he did during COVID, where he was basically sending out the National Guard to
people's homes.
Yes, and shooting at them to get inside.
or his wife's weird love of the smell of burning tires.
Yes.
I had to keep my windows open, she said.
Just wanted to smell the...
And giving the finger to fans. I mean, I think that's... I watched that video yesterday because I saw the still shots of it, but when you watch the video, it is so clear that he's given the finger to fans, and then right after he does it, he waves. Like, hi, hey, screw you, hi.
Walking out of the Michigan game, somebody has the audacity to say Trump 2024, and he gets flipped off by Walz.
Unbelievable. That is so not vice presidential.
And for all the things that you can say about Donald Trump with, he's his character, he's an immoral man.
Mean
I don't think
tweets.
I don't think I've ever seen him give the finger to somebody.
No. He never has.
Nobody ever said Hill Dog 2016 and got the finger from Trump. That never happened. It just hasn't happened. Also, this morning I started the show with super texts out of context.
Yeah.
And one of them that I read from Brian's show was the text out of context made no sense, but it was like, how did the dog smell the drugs through the bologna?
Yes, that was kind of odd.
And so the super texters have been sending me links. Apparently, U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized more than 700 pounds of bologna at the Mexico border on Wednesday.
Wow.
You're not allowed to bring bologna over.
Is the middle of the bologna hollowed out with drugs inside?
No, the drugs were actually underneath the bologna.
Okay. See, the scent of the bologna is enough to send the dogs off in a different direction. That's why they use bologna.
Is that why they use bologna?
Yeah.
She told, and I kid you not, she told the U.S. Customs and Border when she was declaring what she had, that she had a prepared meal. That's I have one prepared meal in the back.
Yeah, I've got bologna and for dessert, cocaine.
But Mexican bologna is actually a prohibited product.
Really?
Because it's made from pork, and that has the potential for introducing foreign animal diseases to the U.S. pork industry. So even if it was just the bologna, this woman would have lost her lunch.
Gosh. Yeah, but the border, man, it's so safe.
It's the safest. It's the safest. She also had
secure.
She also had more than 280 boxes of prescription drugs, including opioids and muscle relaxers, $7,600 in concealed cash. She was fined $1,000. The bologna was seized and destroyed. The drugs and cash and vehicle were also seized. No word on if they destroyed those.
So she was just fined.
That's it. You had 700 pounds of bologna, like 50 pounds of drugs, and it's just $1,000 fine. We'll see you later. And we'll keep your car in your... It's a little bit more than $1,000 fine when you factor in the car, the $7,600 in cash, and an additional $1,000 fine.
But still, I think if it were an American, they'd probably be under a jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think that Americans they get the worst treatment. You know, if you've noticed anything from the hurricane and from what we're seeing, America last.
Yeah, it really is.
It's America last. It's wild.
I can't believe she just got away with a fine. I mean, I know she got a lot of other things that, but still, she's bringing drugs over into the country that has a major drug problem right now.
But the headline is baloney.
Yeah, baloney. That's what I say about about how they're handling the border. Hey, not your baloney. We have plenty.
Yeah. Trevor on the text line. Trevor said, "Baloney is gross anyway. Ban it."
I like bologna.
You like bologna?
I do. I like liverwurst and bologna and all those terrible things.
Everybody that calls Joan Jones cute on the text line is rethinking this whole thing.
Look, I stop at head cheese. Right?
Oh, jeez.
Have you seen that stuff? Oh, that stuff is terrible.
At least we know where the line in the sand is for Joan Jones.
Yes, bologna's okay, but head cheese?
No way.
Not a fan. Not a fan. It's 5:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we'll tell you about the search that continues for 4 women who are working at an East Tennessee manufacturing plant when the waters started to rise this weekend. Those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:54 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Dan Mandis is out today. He's got that new Grandbaby, so he's wafting in the new baby smells. That new baby smell is really nice.
So sweet.
It's the best.
Yeah.
It's the best.
And then they pee on you.
It's the most well-intentioned pee ever.
Yes, it is.
It's the boys that you got to worry about.
That's right.
It is.
That thing goes crazy.
Shot in the eye.
Yes, it does. In fact, I understand that's how Waylon Jennings' son got named. He's named Shooter. He peed on the nurses.
I got yesterday while all this was going down, Dan said sent me a text. He goes, "How have you done this so many times?" He's like, "I'm just pacing around the hospital." Like, I said, "You've done it a few times yourself." Like,
yeah.
I think you get separated from having a baby, and it's like breaking a bone. You forget how painful it was, and so you're like, "Oh, what is this?"
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody can relate to that.
I can definitely relate to that.
You can relate. All right, so on the way, we've been talking a lot about what's happening in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, or I guess what isn't happening. It doesn't appear that the federal government is giving this much serious attention as is needed. It doesn't feel like that at all. And Joe Biden is on record now saying, well, we've given them everything that we can give them. Oh, that's nice. That's good. That's good. Again, $2.4 billion for Ukraine anytime they ask. And
they ask often.
They ask often.
And that's why there's nothing left to give.
But Joe Biden literally yesterday said, we've given them everything that we can give them. We don't have any more resources for them.
Yes, it's tragic. As a matter of fact, we're trying to get the exact number. My FEMA advisor is on the ground in Florida right now. There's a distinction between the numbers that FEMA's used and the ones that are used by the locals. So it really is amazing. You saw the photographs. It's stunning.
It's unbelievable. But it really is. Such a wide area.
And we've given them everything that we have. We're on the ground ahead of time, so we're working hard.
Are there any more resources the federal government could be giving them?
No, we have pre-planned a significant amount of it, even though they didn't ask for it yet.
Is there any more that the federal government can give them? Joe Biden says no. No. Best I can do is a $700 check like the victims of the wildfires in Maui. How is that $700 check panning out for the victims of the wildfires in Maui? Have they been able to rebuild with that $700? You know, that's still $700 more than the residents of Western North Carolina have gotten. It's still more than the people who are flooded out in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee. But that's where we're at. We've given everything that we have. It's a shame that the hurricane wasn't in Ukraine. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message. Unbelievable. This is where we're at. Joe Biden says we don't have anything more to give. Donald Trump says we're not giving enough. These two are not the same. I'll bring you what Donald Trump said on the ground in Valdosta, Georgia. Valdosta? Like pasta, right?
Valdosta.
Valdosta, Georgia. I keep getting corrected on Super Text line. I'll bring you what Trump said on the ground next. It's 5:58 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
there, it's 6 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Hey, check it out. We do have a dense fog advisory through 9 o'clock this morning, so that's going to cause some problems on the road. Stick around for the full forecast and your traffic in just a couple of moments. We know now that there are more than 100 people missing in eastern Tennessee in the wake of Hurricane Helene. More than 130 people have been killed across 6 states, and it's stretched across 400 miles, the devastation. In Unicoi County, 54 patients and staff were rescued with the help of a helicopter after getting trapped on the roof of their hospital amid swiftly rising floodwaters. 4 workers, though, at a nearby plastics plant are still missing, and officials have said that 4 bodies were recovered, but the families of those 4 female workers say they still don't know if that's their loved ones. In Boone, North Carolina, these students tried moving their car to higher ground when they realized that they were in trouble at Appalachian State.
Okay, just go. Keep going. My car's not going. Okay, then we need to get out.
Channel 4 says those girls were all rescued by some other students. President Trump is calling for a little help from his friends.
Just spoke to Elon. I'm getting him. We want to get Starlink hooked up because they have no communication whatsoever. And Elon will always come through. And we know that.
Trump made those remarks during an event in Valdosta, Georgia yesterday. And an update on that, Elon Musk responded online on X earlier today, and he said that the real Donald Trump alerted him to additional people who need Starlink. We are sending the terminals right away. By the way, Trump accused Vice President Kamala Harris of posing for a photo that she claims showed her being briefed on a hurricane impacts. But Trump says it appears her earphones weren't even plugged into her phone. A fist fight at a Nashville bar turned into a wild stabbing incident. Blake Stewart says his band had just wrapped up their set at Cobra Bar in East Nashville when a man sucker punched a band member. And that's when he and others went to help. The man pulled out a knife.
Started slashing because he got myself and then he got my bass player, Jake.
Police arrested 43-year-old James Smith on a long list of charges. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
September has ended with new all-time highs for the Dow and the S&P. The Dow rising 17 points yesterday to close at 42,330. The Standard & Poor's gained 0.4% on the day. The Nasdaq also tacked on 0.4, but was well short of a record. A strike that economists fear could reignite inflation has begun at seaports from Maine to Texas. 45,000 members of the International Longshoremen's Association walked off the job at midnight, demanding better pay and zero automation at the ports. Expect more interest rate cuts, just not too many. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said yesterday the central bank is in no rush on rates, but that if the economy performs as expected, we could see 2 more reductions this year.
Now, as those dock workers hit the picket lines in the move that could disrupt the economy, futures are mixed. The Dow futures are down 120. NASDAQ futures are up 43. And no change in the S&P futures. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got some fog on the roads this morning, so visibility could drop to a quarter mile or less in that dense fog. So schedule a few extra minutes into your commute this morning. Got some delays. Goodlettsville on I-65 southbound at Sumner-Davidson County line. It's stop and go traffic. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:07 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand, filling in for the one and only Dan Mandis, who is off. He's got a new grandbaby in the family. Congratulations to Dan and fam. Huge news. You're exactly where you need to be. Congratulations. Very excited to be here with you this morning as we break down what's happening in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Or I guess what isn't happening. It doesn't seem like the federal government is doing much to help at all. In fact, yesterday in Nashville, North Carolina, you got to look for the heroes, the old Mr. Rogers line. You got to look for the heroes. Yesterday in Nashville, North Carolina, there was a Waffle House that fed an entire shelter. One Waffle House fed an entire shelter of people who had been displaced by the hurricane. And I think it's important to point out that Waffle House is now officially more effective than the federal government helping the residents of North Carolina. I think that that's been pretty well established. Waffle House is actually doing something. The federal government is not. Where is Biden? Where is Kamala? Well, I mean, even Jasmine Crockett, Jasmine Crockett out of Texas, rabid liberal Jasmine Crockett. Even Jasmine Crockett says Kamala Harris needs to explain why she's not on the ground to support Hurricane Helene victims.
But if you're a desperate person hurting, someone with a pail or a rowboat or a bottle of water is a really welcome sight. How do you balance those things?
Yeah, I think it is really tough, and I think it is important that she explain why she's not there.
Yeah, you got to explain why she's not there. President Trump is there. President Trump is there. Kamala Harris is just faking working. She's doing the old George Costanza, look frustrated so that way nobody realizes you're not doing your job. That's what we're getting out of Kamala Harris. President Trump ripped her fake staged photo on Twitter showing that she's doing the work. You might have heard this in Jones' newscast, but it bears repeating. Kamala Harris posted a photo of her receiving a briefing from FEMA where she's got her headphones in, wired headphones that aren't plugged into her phone. She's taking notes on a blank piece of paper, and she's looking very, very busy, very frustrated. Donald Trump ripped it. And on Twitter, he said, another fake and staged photo from someone who has no clue what she is doing. You have to plug the cord into the phone for it to work. Biden and Harris has abandoned Americans in Afghanistan. They sacrificed Americans to an open border. And now they've left Americans to drown in North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and elsewhere in the South. Under this administration, Americans have always come last because we have leaders who have no idea how to lead. We have leaders that have no idea how to lead. You see, there's a big difference in being a leader and pretending to be. And Donald Trump is down there on the ground being a leader. Trump is showing the difference. Not just talking about it. He's showing the difference. Corey Lewandowski is from the Trump campaign, senior advisor to President Trump, and he made this point yesterday on Newsmax.
I'm confused on this. The current president, is that Donald Trump? Because he's down in Georgia with folks who have been devastated. And who's the current president is said he can't get there till the end of the week. And the current vice president who's running for president, she's looking at her calendar too and figuring out maybe she can stop by.
Rob, it's the difference about being a leader and talking about being a leader. Look, Donald Trump's in Georgia today because that area like North Carolina, Western North Carolina specifically, have been devastated by the hurricane, and so has Tampa. And we've seen nothing from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Joe Biden is probably at the beach. Kamala Harris is out in California again. Tim Walz has done nothing, hasn't mentioned anything. They don't care about the people, and instead they're giving tens of billions, and in some cases hundreds of billions of dollars away to foreigners, specifically the Ukraine, so that they can go and rebuild their country when we could be using that money right here in our very country. So it's a difference between talking about leadership and actually being a leader.
There's a difference. And if you're paying attention and you're keeping score at home, you can probably spot the difference. There's one side that's posting a fake photo on Twitter to make it seem like they're working real hard. And there's another side who's down on the ground bringing in actual relief. Donald Trump isn't just going there for a photo op. Donald Trump is down there announcing that he's bringing Starlink into the affected areas. Starlink is the satellite Wi-Fi brought to you by none other than Elon Musk. And Trump is down there on the ground announcing that he's partnering with Elon to provide these Starlinks across the Southeast that's been hit by the hurricane.
Homes, hospitals, highways, and cars have been plunged underwater. Entire neighborhoods have been turned into lakes. Nobody's seen anything like it. And to every family that's been displaced here in Georgia and North Carolina, which has really been hit, we were going there also, and they don't have communication. They don't have anything right now. We're trying to. I just spoke to Elon. I'm getting him. We want to get Starlink hooked up because they have no communication whatsoever. And Elon will always come through. We know that. And so we're working on that, getting them hooked up. They asked me whether or not that would be possible. And we're going to try and get the Starlink in there as soon as possible because they have no communication. And throughout the region, our hearts are with you, and we are going to be with you as long as you need. It's called an hour of need. You're in our prayers, and we pray to God. And throughout this the long weeks that lay ahead, you're going to have a lot of work, but the end result is it's going to be good. We just wish so many people weren't so badly hurt, and in many cases, sadly, no longer with us.
So Trump announced that Starlink is coming earlier that morning in Georgia. The FEMA director jumped on it after the fact and said they're working with Elon to bring Starlink in. But I think it's important to point out that the FCC, and for political reasons, they rejected a Starlink application for nearly $900 million in subsidies because Elon bought Twitter. Elon allows free speech. And so the government in power now didn't want to help him out with the Starlink project. Yet when the government needs him and they don't have communication on the ground, now they're begging for his help. Isn't that amazing how that always works out? It's like you're cutting off your nose to spite your face. That's what the federal government is doing. It's unbelievable. Now that we need him, okay, you can do Starlink. But not before. Before it was too political. Insanity on so many different levels. So Trump says Elon's bringing Starlink into the affected areas. Biden says we've given them everything we have. These two things are not the same. And in about 34 days, we have a chance to send Donald Trump back to the White House. We cannot miss this opportunity. We can't. I said it earlier. I'm going to say it again. This is now the second major catastrophe where private citizen Donald Trump has beat the Biden-Harris administration to the scene. The second time. Do we want this to happen a third time? No. That's why we need to vote Trump in November. It's 6:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Going to check the roads real quick right here. No commercials. Hang out with us. Thank you, sir. It's mostly cloudy today, high of 80 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We're talking about the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't see this storm coming. I didn't realize how bad this mess was going to be. And I think that you deserve a lot of grace there because I think a lot of people were caught off guard by this storm. But it's the lack of response that we've seen from the federal government in the aftermath that's the issue. That's the issue here. And Donald Trump is on the ground. Some people are saying, oh, he's campaigning. And it's like, no, he's really not. I think Donald Trump actually does care about people, especially when they're in need. And that's why he's on the ground. In fact, Biden is saying that they don't have anything else to give. Donald Trump, on the flip side, has started a GoFundMe for the victims of Hurricane Helene. And when you look at what's happening with the dollar amount being donated, something really special is happening here. Former Senator Kelly Loeffler out of Georgia donated $500,000. Bass Pro Shops donated $100,000. Kid Rock donated $20,000. So far, this fund that Donald Trump set up yesterday had a goal of $1 million, and they've raised $1,684,458 off the backs of 8,000 donations. It's unbelievable what this guy can do. If you want to support that GoFundMe, I've reposted it on my Twitter page, @ChrisHandOnAir. This is the GoFundMe that Donald Trump started for victims of Hurricane Helene. Listen, I trust Donald Trump to get the money to the right place more than I trust the federal government. So I think that this is a good GoFundMe to support. Again, we're seeing so much disaster in the wake of this hurricane. And Joe Biden, he did have a little presser yesterday, and he was asked if, do you wish you'd spent the weekend in Washington instead of Delaware on the beach?
In retrospect, do you wish that you had more resources in North Carolina, knowing what you know now? And do you wish that you spent the weekend here in Washington rather than in Delaware?
Come on, stop the game, will you?
Stop the game, will you? Come on. You know I got PTO that's not going to roll over. I'm not going to be the president after January. I got to get through it.
In Delaware, it's 90 miles from here, okay? And I was on the phone the whole time working on that. And the resources, the question is not whether we get more. This is a list of every resource we're getting in there. But the question is how to get it in.
Joe Biden obviously getting angry when he's called out on his own BS. That's what's happening there. I was on the phone the whole time. Really, I saw a picture of you sleeping. I saw a picture of you dozing off on the beach. Yeah. Weird, right? At another point yesterday, he was doing another press conference, and the fact that he was on the phone for at least 2 hours came back up while he was in Rehoboth Beach.
On the hurricane, Mr. President, why weren't you and Vice President Harris here in Washington commanding this weekend?
I was commanding. I was on the phone for at least 2 hours yesterday and the day before as well.
So 4 hours total? People are drowning. Houses are underwater. And your flex is that you've been on the phone for about 4 hours. I feel like that's an inside thought, Joe. I don't think you should have said that out loud.
I command. It's called a telephone.
Is it all my security people? Is it not important for the country to see?
And Joe leaves the room. Sorry, no more questions.
Wow. That's just wow.
I was on the phone for 2 hours yesterday and at least 2 hours the day before. How many Americans have lost their lives? How many have lost their livelihood? How many businesses destroyed, homes destroyed?
And how many people are still missing? Still missing.
About 4 hours on the phone worth. About 4 hours on the phone worth. That's Joe Biden. That's Joe Biden. On the flip side, I don't want to end on bad news, and I don't want to get people riled up and angry, but I think it's important to highlight some good that's happening. Tim Burchett has suspended his campaign fundraising and is urging everyone, instead of donating to his campaign for re-election, to instead donate to disaster relief.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett. I know everybody's seen all the devastating floods that have ripped through parts of East Tennessee and North Carolina. They're just horrendous. We're going to suspend our fundraising, and let's try to focus on what's really important in our community. It's the people. So please send any of that money send it to these groups.
Amen.
I'm sending some to the East Tennessee Foundation, of course, Samaritan's Purse. Franklin Graham's organization does great work all over the country. I just think that's more appropriate right now.
Thank you, Tim Burchett. I think that's much more appropriate as well. It's 6:21 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the headlines at 6:30?
I'll tell you you are about to see even higher prices at the grocery store. That's not great news, is it? And we'll tell you news about who's pitching in to help hurricane victims. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Have you thought about shopping around for a security system for your home or business? There are a lot of tempting advertisements out there. Don't be fooled by all the do-it-yourself companies and their prices. My name is Shooter Stein, president of NCA Alarms. If you have a chance, stop by our website to build an alarm system and receive a quote instantly. You will be surprised on how much our security system cost is similar to all of the DIY systems. What you don't get with those other guys is a professional technician installing your system at no cost. If something goes wrong with your system, you don't have to wait for a part to be mailed to you or ship off any defective equipment. NCA is a local family-owned company that will come to you to service your system. Since 1997, our landline monitoring has only been $9.95 a month, and our wireless monitoring has been only $19.95 a month. NCA has no long-term contracts, just month-to-month. Give NCA a call at 615-777-7622. That's 615-777-7622. Or visit our website at nca.cc. License number 645.
He's a former Secret Service agent, a former NYPD officer, and a New York Times bestseller.
Your boy Danny B is here to clean up the mess for them and show you what really happened.
Dan Bongino brings high energy and unique insights to the biggest issues of the day.
Jumped in the cold plunge, got ready to rock and roll.
He's not afraid to tackle the toughest subjects and debunks the rhetoric.
That's the best analysis of what happened I've heard yet, outside of this show.
The Dan Bongino Show.
Kidding, I'm not that much of an egomaniac.
Wherever you listen.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
.627 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. We were talking about the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Filling in for Dan Mandis today. By the way, Dan has a brand new grandbaby. So he's probably not getting as much sleep as he should.
Does he ever? I mean, do any of us who do mornings ever?
Well, I think that's the thing that cracks me up is that, he has a day off, but he's still probably not going to be sleeping. Also, yesterday after doing the morning show with you guys, I was like, wow, I feel pretty good. Like, I could do this again. This morning when 3 o'clock rolled around, I was like, why do you guys do this to yourselves? I don't understand it. You guys are a different breed here in
totally
Morning Drive.
Crazy. Yeah.
It's insane. You guys are insane. I think that's the only way we can chalk it up to.
My alarm clock goes off at 1:40.
Oh, my gosh.
Because I live pretty far away and, yeah. And now I'm typing with one finger, so it requires me to work harder.
Jeez.
It is a crazy thing doing mornings. So.
It's a grind, and I have all the respect for you guys in the world, all the respect for Dan. Dan should be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're going to continue covering the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. However, I do want to touch on that dock workers strike. That is going to be pretty insane, is it not? I know you're covering it in your newscast, Joan. Has there been any movement on what's going on with the dock workers strike?
Their issue is pay. Of course, it's always a pay issue, but they also don't want anything to be automated. So nothing at all, none of the cranes, not even a door that's automated. They don't want any of it. They're afraid that their positions could be taken over, simply by automation. And whose job couldn't be, except people like us that talk.
Yeah.
Really, we could probably be replaced too.
Yeah. So the strike started at midnight. The video that really stuck out to me was Harold Daggett is the president of the International Longshoremen's Association, the ILA, and he's warning about the ramifications of this coming strike. You need to listen to this.
Let me explain something to you. These people today don't know what a strike is.
Right.
When my men hit the streets, from Maine to Texas, every single port will lock down. You know what's going to happen? I'll tell you. First week, be all over the news every night, boom, boom. Second week, guys who sell cars can't sell cars because the cars ain't coming in off the ships. They get laid off. Third week, malls start closing down. They can't get the goods from China. They can't sell clothes. They can't do this. Everything in the United States comes on a ship. They go out of business. Construction workers get laid off because the materials aren't coming in. The steel's not coming in. The lumber's not coming in. They lose their job. Everybody's hating the longshoremen now because now they realize how important our jobs are.
Yeah, and I think that if this strike goes on for any extended amount of time, we are all going to understand how important these longshoremen are. Joan Jones is up next with the news. It's 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
6:30 on the dot. I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. Hey, it's a dense fog advisory through 9 o'clock this morning. So visibility is down. That means you really can't get around very quickly on the roads this morning, and it may be causing some delays. So be careful as you head out. We do have delays. I-65 southbound in Goodlettsville at the Sumner-Davidson County line. Stop and go traffic around an area where there is an accident. That's exit 104. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Well, that's it. As we've been saying, dock workers from the East Coast to Texas are officially on strike, bottling up billions of dollars of imported goods and our exports to other countries.
From Boston to Houston, the people who load and unload cargo ships and cruise liners are walking picket lines. For consumers,
our export items are going to build up an inventory. The prices of these goods likely going to come down.
On the other side of the equation, says University of Miami economist David Andolfato,
in terms of our imports, prices are going to go up.
J.P. Morgan estimates the strike could cost the economy $4.5 billion a day. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The search continues for some 100 people who are still missing after the floodwaters of Hurricane Helene, all of them in eastern Tennessee alone. Meantime, rescuers in Tallahassee are being fed some fresh hot barbecue, courtesy of Operation Barbecue Relief and its Tennessee coordinator, John Anderson.
I've had people look at me and go, this is the first hot meal I've had in 4 days. The impact is significant in what we do, and we're very happy to be able to serve when there's a disaster.
Anderson tells Channel 4 that he's been there since Friday, and they've served some 40,000 meals from his food truck so far. We're learning that Murfreesboro Fire Department is sending 5 people to Unicoi County to help out there, and they'll join agencies from Rutherford County who are already on the ground. And East Tennessee native Morgan Wallen is pitching in. The country superstar just donated $500,000 to the Red Cross for its operations in East Tennessee. The last night singer graduated from Gibbs High School in Knox County, and his family still lives there. On Instagram, he posted, "My family in East Tennessee are safe, but I know many are absolutely devastated there and in multiple states. All my prayers are geared toward those tonight." That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Hey, there's a visibility reduction this morning because of some fog out there, and it may be causing some problems. Goodlettsville, delays are stop and go. I-65 southbound at Sumner-Davidson County line. Got a crash in Woodbine, the right lane blocked on 24 eastbound at I-440 exit 53. And an accident in Joelton, I-24 eastbound just past Whites Creek Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.640 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand, filling in for the one and only Dan Mandis. Good friend of mine just had a grandbaby. Congratulations, Dan and fam. Young Jameson, welcome to the world, man. Welcome to the world. Don't stress too much. We just have we got hurricanes and economic disasters and wars, impending strikes and just general doom.
Well, maybe he'll straighten everything out.
One can hope. One can hope. So 641 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. No, seriously, congratulations, Dan. Soaking those baby snuggles, man. We're excited for you. Looking forward to seeing you back. This morning show stuff is a grind, guys. Not everybody's built for it. I am one of those people that is not built for it.
But you look good. That's the important thing. Every day you come in, you look good, you look well
there
slept.
you go.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying my best.
You're
trying my best.
profiling, baby.
Stop.
Can I get you some coffee?
Some bologna.
I'm a fried bologna sandwich and some liverwurst.
There you go.
All right, so we're talking about the aftermath of the hurricane. And one of the best moments from yesterday was none other than Peter Doocy and Karine Jean-Pierre. Peter Doocy asked KJP the question we all want to know. Was Biden too busy at the beach, and was Kamala too busy at her fundraisers to help out American citizens?
On Helene, people in Western North Carolina were drowning in their houses this weekend. Others were losing everything. President Biden was at his beach house, and Vice President Harris was hosting political fundraisers on the West Coast. Is there a reason that they could not be here?
Is there a reason they could not be here?
Whoa.
Doocy dropping bombs. Listen, I think Peter Doocy deserves a promotion to press secretary for Donald J. Trump. I would sign Peter Doocy up in a heartbeat. He's asking the question that we all want to know. You have people drowning in their homes in America, losing everything, losing loved ones, losing property. And Joe's on the beach. Don't worry, he was on the phone for about 4 hours, according to his own tallies. Don't worry. Kamala Harris, she's hosting ritzy fundraisers on the West Coast. Don't worry, she has a plan on how to fix what happened with the hurricane on day one. But honestly, is there a reason that the president and the vice president aren't at work when all of this is happening?
The president did exactly what a president in this moment needs to do.
Nap on the beach? Is that what he needs to do in this moment?
Which is directing his team to take action. One of the reasons that the FEMA administrator was here in this room on Thursday is the president wanted to make sure that we were sending a message out to folks who were going to be impacted by the hurricane. And also wanted her to share how we were pre-positioning on the ground. Remember, these are folks who do this type of stuff. When you think about FEMA, you think about the Red Cross, you think about the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. This is what they do. This is what they do. And so the president was on the phone. He said this when he was asked a question by one of your colleagues for more than 2 hours yesterday with governors and local elected officials, making sure that they had what they needed. You heard me talk about Governor Kemp and what he said to the president himself. He said this and shared this in a press conference, that the president has provided and said, what else do you need? And he actually said to the president, we have what we need. So, and that's as you know, a Republican governor.
What about the governor of North Carolina?
And look, and I talked about how the vice president also did her calls. She's going to be going to the FEMA agency and the center to get her briefing later this afternoon. The president is continuing to have these conversations with folks on the ground, elected officials on the ground, to make sure that they have what they need, and directing his team to keep pushing.
So we got about 1 minute and 40 seconds there of just a non-answer. Joe's on the phone, guys. He's directing his team. It just really does make it feel like we don't have a president. It really feels that way, like there are people pulling strings behind the scenes. And she makes a point, don't worry, Kamala's going to go get her briefing from FEMA later today. Kamala did get a briefing from FEMA, and she made some statements as well. I'll bring you those after we check the traffic, which happens right now. 30 seconds, no commercials on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Mostly cloudy today, high of 80 degrees. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand, filling in for Dan Mandis today. Dan's got a new grandbaby. He's exactly where he needs to be. Congratulations to Dan and the fam. So Kamala Harris, she got back from her San Francisco fundraisers. She got all the money that she needed. And now, finally, because she got the checks, she can address issues that the American people are dealing with. So she goes to the FEMA headquarters, and she's meeting with the officials, and she's handed a script with pre-written statements, which is all I can really gather from this.
President Biden and I will continue to make sure that communities have the support and the resources that they need, not only to respond to this storm and its immediate aftermath, but also the resources they will need to recover.
It's funny because Joe Biden said we've given them everything we can. So which is it? Well, we're going to give them everything, except we did, and we won't. And then after this little briefing that she gave, where she had a pre-written script, probably done by an intern, that she probably didn't proofread beforehand, she goes full Biden, and she goes to take questions, except psych, not really. The press needs to leave the room because she's not answering any questions.
This way. Come on, Flo. This way. Let's go. This way. Right this way, everybody. Thank you very much.
Now we've all seen that stare that Joe Biden does when they're herding the press out of the room, and he sits there smiling, looking around, looking left, looking right, because he knows he's not allowed to answer the questions. Well, if there's anything that Kamala Harris has learned from Joe Biden, it is that lost look of not answering questions because no one on the staff thinks that you're equipped to answer questions. That out of all the things that she could have learned from Biden, this was the big takeaway for me. She answers no questions. We get nothing from Kamala Harris. Absolutely nothing. Trump is on the ground. Trump is getting Starlinks delivered, bringing internet to people that don't have any means of communication. He's bringing supplies down there. He's meeting the people that have been affected by this storm. He's standing there and holding their hands and praying. And the left will say, "Oh, thoughts and prayers." Joe's telling us that he made a four hours worth of phone calls, and that's enough. Trump is on the ground. He's on the ground. That's a big deal to me. That's a big deal to me. He doesn't have to be. He doesn't. But he is. He's on the ground. And even CNN said, listen, Trump is taking this seriously, and it appears as though he's almost the sitting president while he's walking through Georgia.
Just as a former president, but almost as though he is a sitting president. As Boris, you just noted, getting a briefing from FEMA, getting a briefing from the National Guard. That is not something that is typically just offered to a candidate. They are treating him as though he is a former president who is there to help. And one thing that I had noticed earlier during our 1 p.m. conversation was that Donald Trump did not have that much to offer in terms of resources since he is not a sitting president. But I will note that he and the campaign say that they have arrived in that area with trucks full of supplies that they plan on giving out. So there is something there for them to offer. He also said that he had a tanker truck full of gasoline, which obviously, if you've ever covered one of these storms, you understand that one of the first things and hardest things to come by is gasoline. So he said that he was going to be giving that out. He is clearly taking this seriously as a politician is on the ground, trying to show that he is there in support of the people on the ground in Georgia.
Yeah, he's there in support of the people on the ground in Georgia. He was also there in support of the people on the ground in East Palestine, Ohio. Donald Trump is always there, a step ahead of the current administration. Who's running the country? Nobody equipped to do so. It's 6:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what do we got lined up in the news?
Well, some dock workers are walking picket lines. We'll tell you how that's going to hit at the grocery store. Also, how Russia is poking the U.S. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, They want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
He is being treated not
6:56 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Filling in for Dan Mandis. Dan's got a brand new grandbaby, so Dan's spending some time with the fam. Good for him. Now, we were talking about the aftermath of the hurricane, and there's a lot of people pulling together, but for some reason, there are rabid leftists that are absolutely evil posting things like this online.
So when I seen the hurricane hit North Carolina and Tennessee, the first thing I thought was, damn, there goes some racists. There we go. We got some gone. And then I just seen this video that like the area it hit is like sundown town after sundown town after sundown town, and they are just completely flattened and gone. And I was like, God's work.
Whoa.
This woman actually posted that on the internet. Insane, right? Cheering on death. The modern day left.
That's an illness.
Yeah.
That's evil.
It tracks, though. It tracks. 100% it tracks. It's 6:57 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hi there, 7 o'clock now on Super Talk 99.7, and we have a dense fog advisory. And boy, that may be causing some big problems on the roads this morning. A number of accidents. The most serious one here, Jolton. It's I-24 eastbound lanes past Whites Creek. The right shoulder is blocked there. We have a crash on the HOV lanes in Hermitage on I-40 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard. That's causing problems as well. The list is long. Just know it's going to take you a while out to get to work this morning. We'll detail the full forecast and traffic coming up. So how are those labor negotiations going for the longshoremen, the dock workers?
Nothing's going to move without us. Nothing.
And with that, the Longshoremen's Facebook page announced workers went on strike last night, affecting about 45,000 workers on the East Coast all the way to Texas. The strike could clog dozens of ports along the East and Gulf Coast and potentially raise consumer prices and increase shipping delays ahead of the holiday season. Well, this is debate day. Senator J.D. Vance and Governor Tim Walz begin their final preparations for tonight's debate. Many are wondering if this debate would have any impact on Election Day.
The two candidates will face off in a studio on the west side of Manhattan that was once home to Captain Kangaroo. First-term Senator, author, and Yale-educated lawyer J.D. Vance will face off against former high school football coach, six-term Congressman, and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Vance is expected to go after Walz for claiming he once carried weapons in war when he never deployed to a war zone. And Walz is expected to hit Vance on what he said about childless women and the allegations he's aired that immigrants in Ohio have been eating pets.
ABC correspondent Stephen Portnoy. The search and rescue mission gets underway again this morning in East Tennessee. That's where more than 100 people are still missing after Hurricane Helene. And it's not an easy endeavor either. The roads and the bridges are still washed out and wireless communication lines are still down. Officials, however, say that volunteers should stay away from impacted areas until they have been called upon. It has happened again. A Russian fighter jet crossed the path of an American F-16 last week, coming within 50 feet of the nose of the American jet. The close encounter occurred in international airspace where the U.S. requires that any aircraft transiting through must identify themselves or be intercepted by NORAD aircraft. NORAD says such interactions are not uncommon in that area. Want to get you prepared for a traffic disruption caused by construction? The ramp from I-40 West to Interstate 65 southbound on the downtown loop is being shut down overnight. It'll begin at 11 o'clock tonight through tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. for striping. Detour signage will be in place. Now, after the closure, that ramp is still going to have one reduced lane through November 15th. Market Numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stocks are mixed. Dow futures down 101, NASDAQ futures up 13, and we've got S&P futures falling just 2. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, hope you've got your patience this morning. Jolton, it's a crash on the right shoulder where it is blocked in Davidson. I-24 eastbound past Whites Creek Pike. That's exit 35. Hermitage, a crash at the HOV lanes. They're blocked there. I-40 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard. Also, there's a crash in the HOV lanes at BNA. It's I-40 westbound at Briley Parkway. And then a crash too in Glenview. Murfreesboro Pike at Briley Parkway. A mess in that area. Woodbine, a crash on the right shoulder, has it blocked 24 eastbound before I-440, and an accident in Nashville, Nolensville Pike at Tusculum Road. That, again, was reported by police. Now, the problem may be that we have a dense fog advisory. There's a lot of fog out there. Visibility is down. Pack your patience as you head out the door. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:07 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand, filling in for Dan Mandis. Dan's got a brand new grandbaby boy, so he's off today. Spending some much needed time with the fam. Congratulations to Dan, to everybody involved in that process. Thank you guys. Excited for Dan. He posted a picture of him and the new baby on his Facebook page, Dan Mandis Show.
That's true love, baby.
If you want to go find it and send him your well wishes, do that. If you want to find me online, I'm on Twitter, Instagram, and True Social at Chris Hand on Air. Hit the follow button. I will follow back. It's been a tale of two super texters this morning. I'm going through the super text line. Dan always does this, and I'm filtering through. I'm reading these messages, and I got one guy, Larry 2. We have a couple Larrys. This is Larry 2. He's listening all the way from Germany this morning. We're not joking when we say you can listen to us anywhere. Larry 2 is in Germany. And I said, that's awesome, man. Thank you for listening. Just make sure you're back in time for the debate party tonight at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro.
There you go.
I haven't
if Dan Mandis can do it.
Yeah, if Dan can do it, you can do it too. I'm very excited about our party tonight at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. I want to send a special invitation to my friend at 5762. He's accused me of spreading Russian propaganda this morning. Oh. So I'd love for him to come watch the debate with us. We can give you a safe space, and we can give you a little velvet rope. We'll keep you far away from Fox Nation, and you can join us at the debate watch party. 5762.
Have some fun.
Yeah, have some fun. Yeah, have some fun. So keep pushing that Russian propaganda. So I sent him back a gif of Marcia saying, "Sure, Jan." Sure.
Perfect.
615-737-9986 if you want to weigh in on the super text line. The debate tonight is going to be fascinating. It was just revealed yesterday that Tim Walz does have deep ties to the Chinese commies. On the eve of the VP, the House Oversight Committee, they released this report. And it's pretty cool to see. James Comer has subpoenaed Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas about unspecified allegations of Chinese Communist Party connections against Democrat Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. We've covered this on my show a few times. He's got some weird connections to China. And in a letter accompanying the subpoena released on Thursday, Comer said the House Oversight and Accountability Committee received information from whistleblowers about serious concerns among Department of Homeland Security personnel regarding a long-standing connection between Tim and the CCP. I know you're not going to be shocked about this. We've covered it ad nauseum, and I'm sure my friend at 5762 is going to accuse me of Russian propaganda with this one. But no, it's not. This is from our government. James Comer putting this out. The letter issued just the day before the big VP debate tonight. And specifically, per The Hill, Comer pointed to a non-classified chat that DHS employees used on Microsoft Teams titled NST NFT Biweekly Sync that he said contains relevant information in addition to further classified and unclassified documents in the control of DHS. The acronym stands for Nation State Threat National Functional Team, according to the committee. Comer didn't go into detail about what kind of concerns were raised about Walz's alleged connections to the Chinese, but said that the information did come through a whistleblower. He put out the subpoena, gave a deadline of October 7th to produce the communications in that Microsoft Teams group chat relating to Walz from July 1st, 2024 to present, as well as any intelligence information, reports, or regional intelligence notes since November 2023 to present relating to Walz, his staff, or his gubernatorial office. You know how Democrats are with subpoenas. We're probably not going to find out any information from this, but it's interesting to note that this is released on the eve of the VP debate. The letter specified that the committee began investigating CCP influence in the United States government long before Walz was elevated to be the vice presidential candidate for Kamala Harris. In particular, if a state governor and a major political party's nominee for vice president of the United States has been a witting or unwitting participant in the CCP's efforts to weaken our nation, this would strongly suggest that there are alarming weaknesses in the federal government's effort to defend the United States from the CCP's political warfare that must be urgently addressed. I mean, I think that's been well established, right? Looking at you, Dianne Feinstein, and your taxi driver for decades. Looking at you, Eric Swalwell, and Fang Fang, the Chinese spy that you were sleeping with. Like, we understand. We understand. But Walz, I mean, the ties are there without even digging. Spent a year teaching in China in 89. He visited the country many times while leading field trips into the country. House Republicans have been questioning his ties to the CCP since Kamala Harris tapped him to be the VP pick because Josh Shapiro was just a bit too Jewish for the radical left. And the letter Comer drops comes on the same day that the Washington Free Beacon released a report debunking a claim that Walz made during a 2014 congressional hearing where he said that he had been in Hong Kong during China's Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989. Spoiler alert, Walz was in Nebraska, and local newspaper photos prove that. Why would you lie about something like that? I don't understand why. If they're going to lie about something like that, they'll lie about something much, much bigger. It's insane to me. But media outlets from the New York Times, CBS, National Public Radio, NPR, they've repeated Walz's story when, again, in reality, local news shows that Walz was at home in Nebraska in May and June of 89 as protests convulsed China, and the government's response turned the world's attention to its gross human rights violations, according to the Beacon. Walz did not depart for China until August that year. So he wasn't there. He wasn't there. This is just one of many things that J.D. Vance can bring up at the debate. I'm very much so looking forward to J.D. Vance bringing up the stolen valor. I think that you need to bring up stolen valor. J.D. Vance is the guy to do it. We got more on the debate. That's happening again tonight at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. We want to see you there. But real quick, we do need to check the roads. 30 seconds here. No commercials on Super Talk. Thank you, Mason. It is 7:15 on Super Talk 99.7 today. Mostly cloudy, high of 80 degrees. My name is Chris Hand. Dan Mandis is out. He's got a brand new grandbaby. You can see pictures on his Facebook page, Dan Mandis Show. Send your love to Dan and the fam there. You can find me on Twitter, True Social, and Instagram at Chris Hand on Air. Hit the follow button. I'll follow back. Tim Walz was confronted yesterday, and somebody said to him, people say your wife should be the candidate. Oh my gosh. The turn the page lady. Miss Turn the Page should be the candidate. Is that an insult?
I think it is.
I don't know if this reporter was trying to give the wife a compliment or what?
Or tell Tim he's the worst he's ever seen.
The worst he's ever seen so far.
Yes, so far.
And looking forward to tomorrow, but my thoughts are certainly in the Southeast.
Governor, you always joke that people say your wife should be the candidate. So how has she helped you with debate prep?
She's wonderful. She wins every one.
Awkward and cringe. He rubbed her back the way he waves at the rallies as he said that, by the way. Yeah, I know it doesn't come across on the radio, but I just want to point that out.
Look good on Super Talk TV.
If they have they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. If they have that meme, why don't we have one that says the window's open and turn the page?
Yeah, honestly.
Wouldn't that be fun?
I think we should get that meme. We need more memes.
You do it, Chris.
I'm here for the memes. I'm but a humble meme farmer, and you can find me tending to my memes on Instagram and Twitter at Chris Hand on Air. That's where we tend to them. So there's the debate tonight, Hop Springs and Murfreesboro. It's going to start at 3 o'clock, okay? Brian's doing his whole show out there live. Fox Nation is going to be in attendance. They're bringing some high-profile personalities. So make sure you want to come out and join us for that. We're going to be there all night long. I'm going to get a nap in so that way I can stay up late with you guys. I'm learning how to sleep sitting up after day 2 of doing the morning show. And
it can be done.
It can be done.
We've got toothpicks for the eyes.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be a great time. We want to see you there. 997wtn.com for more info. Murfreesboro knows how to throw a party, so join us at Hop Springs for this VP debate. It's gonna be the last debate. There's not gonna be any more debates. I don't think this is gonna change anyone's mind. I don't. But I think that it does highlight an opportunity to show how inept Harris and Walz are. They are absolutely inept. And that was on full display yesterday. Kamala Harris released a podcast interview. I don't know if you've seen this. She did it with these two guys that are former NBA players, Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. I don't know. They were okay NBA players, role players, decent guys that you want on a good team. I don't have anything against them personally, but they had Kamala Harris on, and they sat down for an interview with Kamala Harris, and it just turned into an absolute cringe fest. An absolute cringe fest. Now, I want to point out, nobody's watched this. Like, no one. This is the biggest high-profile podcast that she's done. It was released 22 hours ago. It has 230,000 views. That's it. In retrospect, when to compare and contrast, Trump, he released a podcast with Theo Vaughn, millions within the first few hours. Watch it. The Twitter Spaces with Elon, millions tune in. Trump just announced that he's going to be going on the Joe Rogan podcast. You want to guess how many people are going to watch that? I think it's going to be a little bit more than 230,000 after 22 hours. But listen, I don't blame people for not watching this. It's an occupational hazard that we have to deal with here. But she doesn't say anything. She doesn't say a dang thing in this interview. It was just a cringe fest to the point where even the hosts, Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes, had to awkwardly laugh at her occasionally and force a fake smile. But we got gems like this out of the podcast.
One of my guilty pleasures, especially when I'm on the road, are my Doritos.
Oh, what flavor?
Nacho. Old school, original.
OG,
Come on.
Yeah. OG.
Come on.
Red bag.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
Red bag.
That's exactly. Got to have a napkin nearby.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Can you hear how disinterested those guys are? I wonder how much they got paid to do this podcast, because, Kamala Harris has been reaching out to just about every content creator on the planet trying to get her on their shows, because they understand that the strategy that Trump is putting it forward with the podcast is actually very effective with the youth vote. So she's been begging streamers to let her on their show. I can only assume that she paid these guys. I can only assume that she paid them. And when you hear them go, yeah. What flavor? What flavor Dorito? And she says Dorito. Like, tell me you don't eat the snack without telling me you don't eat the snack. Oh, I love myself a Dorito chip. It's pretty good. Pretty, yeah. The interviewers were disinterested and downright bothered at times. And I'm going to bring you more of that audio on the way. But first, Joan Jones, what do we got lined up in the news?
Well, Chris, coming up here on Super Talk 99.7, of course, we got an update for you on what's happening in East Tennessee as folks there are still digging out and trying to find loved ones. And dock workers are walking picket lines this morning. We'll tell you how that may affect your wallet. Those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
728 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand, filling in for Dan Mandis, who is out today with a brand new grandbaby. Congratulations, Dan and fam. The big story today is just recovery after catastrophic Hurricane Helene. At least 130 people dead in 6 states. The federal government seems to be absent on the ground. Donald Trump is there, and he's equipping people with Starlink satellites via Elon Musk. He's actually doing a lot on the ground. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kamala Harris is sitting down for cringeworthy podcasts. This is from the Up in Smoke podcast, and I mentioned this a little while ago. 230,000 views in 22 hours. That's not going to cut it. That's not really going to move the needle. Trump is actually going to be sitting down with Joe Rogan for a Joe Rogan Experience podcast. That'll move the needle. That will. But it didn't save us from the cringe that was Kamala Harris on the Up in Smoke podcast with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. You want to know what Kamala Harris did when Joe Biden called her and said that he was dropping out of the race? Well, I'll let her tell you. It's cringy.
Look, from the time that the president called me and told me he wasn't running, I mean, it just like everything was in speedy motion. And I was not sleeping so well. And that one morning, I had, I don't know, a few hours sleep, and I like to sleep.
Well, yeah. That's why you're the VP. It's a job that you don't have to do anything.
Yeah, so does Joe.
Yeah, that's what he was doing on the beach all weekend.
I just got up, and so I just went out and got a pork roast and started marinating.
See, time to work. Get to your happy place.
And my family happened to be in town, so they were very happy about the whole situation. But I just got up and started, everybody's asleep, I just got up and started cooking.
Didn't she say previously that she was in the middle of making breakfast for her nieces and they asked for more bacon?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a different story.
Yeah, well,
They both involve pork. That's weird. Okay.
This was, maybe she started marinating dinner.
Right, while she's making
breakfast.
Okay.
You know what? We need a president that can multitask. I think I just changed my vote.
And she's already used to pork, so she'll be ready.
7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got to watch it this morning. It's a dense fog advisory through 9 o'clock, and it may be causing some problems on the roads. In fact, the traffic screen is just jammed with some accidents this morning. We'll detail all of that and the forecast coming up in just a couple of minutes. Well, we are in the midst of a tragic disaster. Those were the words of officials at Tennessee Emergency Management as they continue the search for some 100 people who have been missing since Hurricane Helene roared through last weekend. Here's Channel 4's Dryden Quigley on the story of 4 Mexican workers from a plastics plant factory missing since Friday in East Tennessee. Their families are pleading for help.
And as she says, her sister, Monica Hernandez, went to work on Friday morning as usual. She then received a call from her around 10:30 saying Monica was in the factory and it was starting to flood. During the call, her sister says she said goodbye to her children in case she couldn't be saved. She says the water started to get in. The only thing she told me was she was standing on top of her van and then she had to get on top of a trailer. That's the last thing she told me.
Now, 4 bodies have been recovered there. The family is still awaiting identification. About 45,000 dock workers at ports along the East and Gulf Coast walked off their jobs at midnight, snarling supply chains and choking off nearly 50% of U.S. imports.
14 vital ports that absorb more than half of the cargo shipped to the U.S. from other countries are now at a standstill. Fresh fruit, clothes, machinery, and medicine won't be loaded on or off container ships, potentially costing the American economy up to $7.5 billion in 1 week. Analysts say for every day the strike lasts, it could take 6 days to clear the backlog.
That's ABC's Elizabeth Schultz reporting. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Well, the Dow futures are down 101. NASDAQ futures are up 10 points, and the S&P futures are down 3. Not a big change there. About an hour from opening bell. That's the latest news, traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It may be that we've got some fog limiting your visibility this morning. Lots of crashes. Joelton, I-24 eastbound past Whites Creek Pike. There's a crash blocking the right shoulder. Also a crash in Hermitage on I-40 westbound. It's at Old Hickory Boulevard. And at the airport, a crash blocking the left shoulder I-40 westbound at Briley Parkway. Davidson County, Nashville, an accident at Nolensville Pike at Tusculum Road, and a crash in Hermitage as well on I-40 eastbound at Central Pike. Again, it's a dense fog advisory through 9 o'clock this morning. Careful out there on the roads. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
$7:39 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand, filling in for Dan Mandis. Dan's out today. Got a brand new grandbaby. It's a good reason to take a day off. I suggested he take off more, but knowing Dan, he'll probably be back tomorrow.
Oh, you just like getting up early in the morning.
I like hanging out with Joan Jones and Johnny B. That's what I like.
Yeah, man.
That's what I like.
They're getting up early.
So, Joan, I gotta hand it to you.
Yeah.
You are absolutely right. Kamala Harris saying that she was making a pork roast when she found out Joe Biden was dropping out. And then the other story, everybody getting done eating pancakes and bacon.
Yes,
so this is Kamala Harris on the Up and Smoke podcast, or All the Smoke podcast.
I like the Up and Smoke.
Up and Smoke.
It fits.
Dude.
She's talking about, their favorite munchies were obviously a topic. They're talking about Doritos,
Oh my gosh.
Doritos, and pork roast. So this is Kamala Harris detailing how she found out the news that Joe Biden was dropping out on the Up and Smoke podcast.
The time that the president called me and told me he wasn't running, I mean, it just like everything was in speedy motion. And I was not sleeping so well. And that one morning, I mean, I had, I don't know, a few hours sleep, and I like to sleep. I just got up, I was like, and so I just went out and got a pork roast and started marinating. But I just got up and started, everybody's asleep, I just got up and started cooking.
Got up and started cooking. That's what happened. That's how it happened, guys. Why would you question that? Well, maybe because you said it happened a different way, too, at the same time, right?
It was a Sunday, so here, I'll give you a little too much information. My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces, and we had just had pancakes and, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden.
That's puzzling.
Yeah, I have to tell you, my husband pointed that out to me yesterday, and I'm like, I can't believe it. He's right.
Yeah.
She's got different stories about the same day, both involving pork.
And her body language when she's, that's how she got into politics, but her body language, though, when she's talking about the pancakes and bacon, she's shaking her head no. Like she knows she's lying.
Yes.
It's such a tell. She wants to be middle class Cam and be relatable to the American people. What's more relatable than pancakes and bacon?
Whoa.
But she's a pathological serial liar. I had a text that said, she likes to cook, Chris. What's the big deal?
She also likes to lie.
Yeah. Weird. Which is it? Is it pork roast or is it pancakes and bacon? Inquiring minds would like to know. Also, if you're going to lie about something small, you're going to lie about something big.
Yes.
That's just the way it works. You had an opportunity to give an authentic moment from your life, how you got that news, how you really digested that news, and what steps you took next. A lot of people want to know about that story. Like, even leftists, like, we can say all we want about Kamala Harris, right? But people do like her, and people want to know the inner workings of her life. And she lied to those people, too. She's not just lying to us conservatives. She's lying to her liberal, rabid base. But you're not going to hear a peep from it. Nobody's going to be upset. Nobody's even going to talk about this. It's just trash. She's just a trash politician. She says what she needs to say that she thinks is going to advance her career. And it just, I don't know, it's not working. I don't think it's working. I feel like they've been on defense this entire campaign. And I think come November 5th, we're going to find out how far behind in the polls they really were. And I don't care how many podcasts she's going to go. She's going to go on All the Smoke, Up in Smoke, Extra Smoke, Double Toke, whatever she wants to go on. I don't think it's going to help. I don't think it's going to help because she's not a real human. She's not. It was cringe moment after cringe moment on this podcast. She said at one point, I eat no for breakfast. And she gets a pity laugh from the host. And she said this line before. This is just a standard Kamala line. But listen for the pity laugh.
Like, don't hear that. Don't hear that. I eat no for breakfast. That's.
Oh, I got to hear that again.
Okay. All right.
Oh, man.
I think that may be the greatest pity laugh of all time.
Eat no for breakfast. That's.
Wait, what did she say? I eat what for breakfast?
I eat no for breakfast.
I eat hear no. That. I eat no for breakfast. That's.
That's a tested line.
These poor guys.
Oh my God.
I really hope that they got a good check out of this deal. I honestly, I believe that they were paid to do this. People are paid to go to her rallies. People are paid to post nice things about her on social media. These two guys, Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, hosts of the Up in Smoke, All the Smoke, Double Toke podcast, they had to be paid for this. And I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't think it was enough. 7:45 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. 30 seconds, no commercials. Thank you, Mason. Mostly cloudy today. High of 80 degrees. Don't take no for an answer
I
today.
eat no for breakfast.
That laugh.
It is the pity laugh of all pity laughs.
Sound like your mother when she's not interested in what you're.
Oh, that's a keeper.
I feel like that needs to be a hotkey. Yeah. And then when we're doing the Amigos in the future, if Dan doesn't get a laugh on his joke, we should just start dropping that.
There you go. And that laugh is proof they didn't get paid enough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That laugh is going, this is ruining our brand.
Oh, man.
But you got nothing out of this podcast, just cringeworthy moments, and they thought that this was a good idea. Kamala Harris doesn't want to be clipped out of context. She doesn't want to be made fun of on the internet. So whatever you do, don't make fun of her on the internet today. Please don't. Please, no. But even when they had real questions for her, she didn't have real answers. I know, shocker. But they asked her, what's your economic plan? And so Kamala does what Kamala does. Well, I'm from the middle class.
Going from a show to a whole entire company, what is your economic plan moving forward for people who are living paycheck to paycheck and struggling for groceries and rent and homeowners?
So, look, I grew up, my sister and I were raised by our mother. We lived for a long time in an apartment on top of a child care center.
She's wearing a $62,000 necklace, by the way, as she relates this story about how relatable she is and how middle class she is, when that wasn't the question. The question was about an economic plan. She's not going to get to that answer, spoiler alert, but this is her best shot.
That child care center was actually owned by a woman who lived 2 doors down from us, Mrs. Shelton, who was, by all of our accounts and feelings, our second mother. She helped raise us.
Kamala had 2 moms before it was cool.
And so she was a small business owner. So I'll start with the small business, and congratulations on what you guys have done. I, from a child, knew who our small business owners are, right? I mean, you're business leaders, but you're also civic leaders. You take seriously your voice and how you can mentor, how you can grow, right? Communities and the sense of communities.
Notice how we're about a minute in and we don't have anything on an economic plan yet.
She's trying out some of these new businesses.
Yeah. This is the Up in Smoke podcast.
I love our small businesses. And so a lot of my work in terms of building and growing the economy has focused on small businesses.
I actually didn't notice any work on building and growing the economy these past 3.5 years.
I've watched more businesses close under this administration.
Honestly.
And my vision overall is we need to build an opportunity economy in which we increase opportunity for all.
Yeah, where, rich folks will do good and poor people will have a shot, right? That's the opportunity. You'll have a chance. And we hope you succeed so we can tax you. That's the plan. That's the game plan.
Including small business owners. So a lot of my work, even in the Senate, was about increasing access to capital through our small businesses and in particular through our community banks. Mm-hmm. So I've been responsible for billions of dollars more now going into our community banks because they're in the community and then they know who's in the community and where the talent is and who's doing good in the community, what the community wants.
Mm-hmm. That's like, she said community about 8 times in 15 seconds there.
And so part of my plan as president is
going from a show.
She doesn't have a plan.
Holistically, she does have a plan.
Holistically.
Yeah, there's her plan.
Oh my gosh. Not to miss an opportunity to break out the black scent. Kamala Harris did that as well on the Up in Smoke podcast. Talking about her best friend.
An incredible family and incredible friends. My best friend from kindergarten is still one of my best friends.
That's crazy.
You hear how disinterested the podcast hosts are? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's really crazy.
Tell me more.
Your friends are still your friends was crazy. Crazy stuff.
Kindergarten is still one of my best friends.
That's crazy.
right? Stacey Johnson.
Yeah. Here comes the black set.
We used to go to the clubs and her Father Seville.
You can hear the disinterest and the dissatisfaction from the two podcast hosts. That's crazy.
But she, as she's approaching it, she sounds like she feels like they're with her. She feels like they get it.
Yeah, but
they get her.
I think that just shows that what we all know, she can't read the room. She's that's never been one of her skills to read the room or to understand what the American people are thinking, and I think that that's on full display. It is 7:51 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
I'll tell you, Israel is moving its troops into Lebanon, and we've got the latest on rescue efforts in East Tennessee this morning. Those stories and more coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
7:56 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Filling in for Dan Mandis. Dan's got a brand new grandbaby. Congratulations to Dan and the family. Hope that baby is happy and healthy. I know he is in good hands right now. Congratulations, guys. We're really pumped for you. We're talking about this Up in Smoke podcast. It's called All the Smoke, but I think Up in Smoke sounds a little bit funnier.
More fitting.
Kamala Harris was talking about small business owners, and she referenced those guys. Got a great text here from 9029. Up in Smoke podcast, hosted by 3 ex-NBA players. They aren't your typical small business owners. And then he says, funny how she was against marijuana, but Matt Barnes, one of the hosts of the podcast, is the owner of Seven Leafs Weed Dispensary in California.
Imagine that.
Imagine that. What a coincidence.
Huh.
She used to also be against fracking until she had to campaign in Pennsylvania. So she's changed her mind on a lot of things for votes. This is what we got. This is who the Democrats decided was a better option than Joe Biden. Wait until you hear what she had to say about her own husband on that podcast. She threw the first dude right under the bus. Oh, so sad. So sad. It's 7:58 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning to you. It's 8 o'clock here, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got to watch it this morning. Maybe some dense fog in the area. It's causing lots of problems on the road. Stick around. We've got the forecast and traffic in 2 minutes. Well, we know now that there are more than 100 people missing in East Tennessee in the wake of Hurricane Helene. More than 130 people have been killed across 6 states, and the debris is stretching across 400 miles. In Unicoi County, 54 patients and staff were rescued with the help of a helicopter after getting trapped on the roof of their hospital amid swiftly rising floodwaters. 4 workers, though, at a nearby plastics plant, they're still missing. Officials have said 4 bodies have been recovered there, but the families of the 4 female workers say they still don't know if that's their loved ones. In Boone, North Carolina, these students tried moving their car to higher ground when they realized they were in trouble.
Okay, just go. Keep going. Going. My car's not going. Okay, then we need to get out.
Channel 4 says that they were rescued by some other students. President Trump is calling for a little help from his friends.
I just spoke to Elon. I'm getting him. We want to get started. Starlink hooked up because they have no communication whatsoever. And Elon will always come through, and we know that.
Trump making those remarks during an event in Valdosta, Georgia yesterday. And in fact, Elon Musk tweeted out later that he is sending the Starlink portals to the area as requested by Trump. Trump has accused Vice President Kamala Harris of posing for a photo that she claims showed her being briefed on hurricane impacts. Trump says it appears that her earphones weren't even plugged into her phone. Overnight, Israel launched a ground offensive into southern Lebanon. The Iranian-backed militia has been firing on Israel's northern border since October 8th in what it called solidarity with Hamas and the people of Gaza. But it forced 70,000 Israelis out of their homes.
IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari says forces are carrying out raids on Hezbollah military positions in the Lebanese villages close to the border. But Hagari gave no details on how long the IDF may operate. That's raising questions about whether Israel may seek to seize and hold Lebanese territory. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
A fistfight at a Nashville bar turned into a wild stabbing incident. Blake Stewart said his band had just wrapped up their set at Cobra Bar in East Nashville when a man sucker punched someone else. When he and others went to help, that man pulled out a knife.
Started slashing because he got myself and then he got my bass player, Jake.
Police arrested 43-year-old James Smith on a long list of charges. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We're just about a half hour from the opening bell here, and Dow futures are down 123. NASDAQ futures are up 5, and the S&P futures minus 4. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. Joan Jones, WTN News.
The Guaranteed Offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Well, we do have some crashes this morning. Jolton, a crash blocking the right shoulder on I-24. This is eastbound lanes past Whites Creek Pike. Also in Hermitage, a crash on Old Hickory Boulevard northbound at I-40 East. And a problem with us this morning maybe because we've got some fog out there. And in fact, a dense fog advisory stretches through 9 o'clock this morning. Be careful on the roads. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:06 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Johnny B producing. Joan Jones in the newsroom. Dan Mandis is off today. He's got a brand new grandbaby. Congratulations to the entire Mandis clan. Jameson, welcome to the world, man. It's a great place to be. You're going to have a lot of fun. Dan will be back tomorrow. He can't stay away from this place. Although I will say this. He hasn't been sending me show prep today like he did yesterday.
Funny what a baby will do.
Yeah, you got to love it. Congratulations.
He's busy getting peed on.
Yeah, right? So congratulations to Dan and the fam. It's cool news, man. It's like...
Oh, he's going to make the best grandpa.
Oh, he's going to be awesome.
Yep.
Flawless.
He's going to spoil that kid.
He'll get walked all over.
Oh, yeah.
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 Pulling his glasses off, you know.
We've been talking about Kamala Harris's appearance on the Up in Smoke podcast with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, these former NBA players. And, you know, she was talking about what she's going to do for small business, while at the same time not saying what she's going to do for small businesses. And she made the point, you guys are small business owners. And then I had a super texter say, well, they're not really. I mean, these are former NBA players. The guys made millions. And one of them owns a pot dispensary in California. So that's weird, because Kamala was always anti-pot. And I got a text here from Mike, and Mike said, since when is Kamala against pot? I remember 2020 on The Gods show, talking about Charlemagne on The Breakfast Club. She was all for it, probably even smoking it. Yeah, she laughed. She laughed as that came up. Do you remember that? Tulsi Gabbard remembered that. And this is why Tulsi Gabbard got kicked out of the Democrat Party. Listen, Tulsi Gabbard didn't leave the Democrat Party willingly. Tulsi Gabbard eviscerated Kamala Harris in 2019 on national TV during the DNC debates. And then she coincidentally stopped getting camera time after that, because Kamala was always the choice. Kamala was the one that checked all the boxes. They wanted Kamala to be the nominee. But after Tulsi Gabbard said this in Detroit, those hopes were extinguished.
Back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence.
Listen, this was a mic drop moment. That ruined Kamala's chances in 2020. She's in a room in Detroit full of black mothers whose sons could have been affected by the same charges that Kamala Harris is laughing about on The Breakfast Club with Charlemagne. So, yeah, she's against, she was against pot. But, you know, her stances have changed, but her views remain the same, right? Is that what we're going with? My opinions on the most basic issues will change, but the fabric of who I am remains the same. Got it. Speaking of Charlemagne, you know, that was the show she was on, the Breakfast Club, where she laughed about locking people up. Charlemagne was talking about Kamala Harris on his show this past week because the ad that Trump decided to run during college football. Did you catch the ads that Trump was running during college football? The ads that say Kamala Harris wants to provide sex change operations for inmates and migrants. Well, even Charlemagne from The Breakfast Club was like, yeah, that ad hit. That ad hit. Listen to this.
That ad they was running during the football games this weekend, claiming the vice president supports funding gender transition surgeries for all prison inmates and migrants in the U.S. That was nuts. I don't know if it was.
I wouldn't say nuts, but that was crazy.
That was funny.
I don't know if it was the backdrop of football, but when you hear the narrator say Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners, that one line, I was like, hell no, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that.
Yeah. Also, she verbally said that during an ACLU questionnaire, and she wrote it down. Like, she did both. She gave a written statement and she gave an oral statement. Kamala Harris, queen of the oral statement.
That ad was effective.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access
It's hard to believe, but it's true. Even the liberal media was shocked Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
That's the best line. Kamala's for they, them. Trump is for you. And you know, the ad says even the liberal media was shocked by this. And to the ad's credit, these guys on The Breakfast Club in New York, they are liberal media. You might want to downplay their significance, but I have to tell you, their reach is huge. These guys have a nationally syndicated hip-hop morning show, and it's everywhere. It is everywhere. So the fact that they're even talking about this, it's going to resonate with people. In a similar way, they're saying the ad resonated with them while they were watching college football.
Kamala took a picture with a transgender. It was this what they were saying, that it made it seem like Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail with our money. That's what.
So they're trying to downplay it, but you heard Kamala's own words. She's given these statements multiple times. She does support that. With your money.
Yeah, that's what it came across.
Yeah,
Isn't that what they're saying?
It literally said that Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners, and it talks about how she supports funding gender transition surgeries for all prison inmates and migrants in the United States. That ad was impactful. It was. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, damn.
Was it because it was during football?
Yes.
I think it was during football.
But the last saying, like the contrast of it.
Yes.
But the last week they had the same thing running on Tim Walsh and said he likes tampons in boys' bathrooms.
I would not have paid that. I don't think I would have paid that commercial no attention if it was any other time. But when you're watching football and you just what the hell? In between big commercials, they give you this?
Yeah. Listen, it hits. The ad hit. It was placed during the perfect time. These guys aren't wrong. And I think that ad woke a lot of people up. It certainly woke these guys up. They try to downplay it. They try to make it seem like it's not the case, but we all know. We all know. They didn't ask Kamala about the taxpayer-funded sex change operations for prisoners and illegal aliens during the Up in Smoke podcast. But we did get this story about Kamala's first date with Dougie, old Doug, first Doug. We got this story about Dougie, and I don't know why she threw him under the bus here. My wife would never do something like this to me, just for the record. But Kamala Harris is a different type of person.
Here's the thing that was actually really funny in retrospect. I get in the car, and he says, I just need to tell you something. And I'm like, okay, what's this going to be? And he said, I'm a really bad driver.
Give you the heads up, huh?
Even then, they're like, oh, he gave you a heads up, and she's doing the cringy laugh. This is not a serious person or a serious candidate that we have here. We're not dealing with a serious person.
That was a stupid story that she just told. He was a bad driver.
She's trying to be as relatable as she can be.
Okay.
Yeah.
That went nowhere.
It missed.
It missed big time.
It missed. And even the host has a cringeworthy smile. Matt Barnes, he's like, oh, he gave you the heads up, did he?
Gosh.
Okay, so some perspective on that.
Yeah.
It could be that, remember how Trump used to hit Hillary Clinton for not ever having driven? I think he also hit, Biden did drive, but I think he used to say that Hillary Clinton never drove a car. And so, and I doubt Trump really, I mean, he drives the golf cart, but anyway, I think it might be her way of saying, look, we drive ourselves.
Well, we're
really just like you.
But once you become president, you're not allowed to drive.
Right.
Yeah.
You're not allowed. Like even Biden has said that it makes him upset, so he drives the Corvette up and down the driveway.
Yeah. Thank God it's only on the driveway.
Honestly, hide your kids if you see Biden in the Corvette.
Yeah, please.
It's 8:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Going to check the roads real quick. 30 seconds, no commercials. Thank you, Mason. Mostly cloudy today. High of 80 degrees. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm Chris Hand, filling in for Dan Mandis. Dan is hanging out with a brand new grandbaby. Good for him. Congratulations to the entire family. That is exciting news. If you walk away with nothing else from this show today, just know that Dan Mandis is exactly where he needs to be. And he's actually going to be joining us tonight at the VP Debate Watch Party. Dan is going to make an appearance, so you can congratulate him in person. We're going to be at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. Brian Wilson's starting a show at 3 o'clock. Then myself, Mandis Murphy, we're going to be filtering in, shaking hands, kissing babies. And then we're going to be joining Brian on the air at about 6 o'clock. Fox Nation is also going to be there. They're going to be doing a thing somewhere, and they're going to be bringing their Fox Nation personalities. So you're going to want to get there early. Glock Store is also going to be there. Glock Store, man, these guys are top notch. They're bringing some prizes to give away, like a brand new Glock.
Yes, sir.
They're bringing free range sessions, which, listen, I'll tell you what. I think the free range sessions should be first place, not second place. If you've never trained at the Glock Store and you win that, you'll understand why very, very quickly. Private rooms, not public lanes. It's totally different, and you have a private instructor. Thanks to our friends at the Glock Store. We want to see you tonight, Hop Springs in Murfreesboro, for that big debate. J.D. Vance is going to absolutely mop the floor with Tim Walz. I mean, spoiler alert, Tim Walz is already nervous. There are leaks coming out of the campaign that he is nervous. He just doesn't want to let the team down, guys. Well, you did, Tim. The debate hasn't happened yet. We're already disappointed. we're already bummed about how bad you did.
What will he do if somebody yells Trump 2024?
Oh my gosh! There's no live audience on this one, so
no, they can't.
Yeah. It's a shame. Yeah. It's a shame.
Darn.
Kamala Harris on the Up in Smoke podcast, though, she wants you to know how you should be measuring your success. Okay, and you got to measure it the way Kamala says to measure it.
It's about intergenerational wealth. Because see, here's how I feel about the economy and the economy I want to grow. We have, for over the last 4 years, reduced black unemployment to the lowest it has been in decades, okay?
Somebody fact check that. That's not true.
That is an accomplishment.
Yep.
However, I believe, need to measure our success not just only about everybody's working, but can you build wealth?
Mm-hmm. Can you start saving?
Can you start saving?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kamala wants to know that because she wants to tax it. She wants you to build wealth so that way she can tax it.
Can you buy a home?
No.
Can you start saving to take your family on vacation from time to time?
Not in this economy.
Can you save enough so that Christmas time for you and your children is not stressful, but something enjoyable, right?
Wasn't Kamala Harris the same person that said, "Don't you dare say Merry Christmas"?
Yes.
Right? Kamala Harris is this? She's saying she wants Christmas to be joyful, but she's also the same person that said, "Don't say Merry Christmas," right? Listen, her positions may change, but her values stay the same. Okay, I mean, does she think that we forgot this?
And when we all sing happy tunes and sing Merry Christmas and wish each other Merry Christmas, these children are not going to have a Merry Christmas. How dare we speak Merry Christmas?
No. Well, that's different than what you just said.
Yeah. That didn't sound too happy.
She doesn't want you to say Merry Christmas.
How dare we?
But she also wants it to be stress-free and happy. Are you paying it? Are you keeping score at home? I know it's a lot to keep track of.
And so it's about, yes, we got to make sure that we have high employment, but also that we create opportunities for people to build wealth.
Get ahead.
Part of my plan is also to expand the child tax credit. $6,000.
That's the same thing that J.D. Vance was pushing, and they said, there's no way that we can pay for it, right? This is what they always do. A Republican comes up with an idea, and there's no way we can pay for it, right? Trump, hey, I need $8 billion to build a border wall. Whoa, dude! That is way too much money. We'd rather spend $51 billion on illegal aliens to just flow into the country. Is that right? It's too expensive. It's too expensive. That's Kamala Harris on the Up in Smoke podcast. It's 8:21 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what do we got coming up in the news?
Well, we'll tell you which pharmacy chain is issuing pink slips today. And there's new troubles for Alejandro Mayorkas. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price At checkout, you don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
$8:29 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. The big story of the day, just a lot of people affected by the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. The federal government seems to be nowhere to be found. Trump was on the ground yesterday in Georgia, bringing relief supplies, bringing Starlink internet to these people, and acting very presidential to the point where even CNN admitted that he's acting more like the president than Joe Biden or Kamala Harris in this moment. Not shocked. Not shocked at all. On the way, we do have the gang of three amigos, and I'm going to bring to the table an unhinged rant from one Joy Reid. I know what you might be thinking. Which unhinged rant from Joy Reid? Well, we're going to bring the new one. We're going to bring the new one. That happens next. It's 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Here's Joan Jones.
Good morning, 8:30 here, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Yeah, we do have a dense fog advisory still in effect right now, and it may still be causing some trouble on the roadways. A number of crashes for you. We'll check out the forecast and that traffic in just a few minutes. Rescuers are getting back to work in East Tennessee this morning. They're searching for the 100 or more people still missing after Hurricane Helene. The bodies of 4 people have yet to be identified after the families of 4 Mexican factory workers say they haven't heard from those women since Friday. Meantime, rescuers in Florida are getting some hot meals courtesy of Tennessee native John Anderson.
I've had people look at me and go, this is the first hot meal I've had in 4 days. The impact is significant in what we do, and we're very happy to be able to served when there's a disaster.
Anderson telling Channel 4 that he's been there since Friday and has served some 40,000 meals from his Operation Barbecue Rescue food truck so far. The House Oversight Committee subpoenaed the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to answer whistleblower allegations that said serious concerns are being raised about Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's China ties among employees on an internal group chat. Committee Chairman James Comer on Fox News.
It's an infatuation that Tim Walz has with China, with their communist system, with the way they've operated over the past 30 years. And if that's so, that should be a concern to every American. That's a national security risk. We have a lot of questions. I think the American people deserve answers.
Comer demanding all records on the internal group chat and any intelligence reports or notes. CVS is laying off nearly 3,000 employees nationwide, citing regulatory pressures, among other things. The layoffs make up about 1% of the company's overall workforce, but not what they call frontline jobs, mostly corporate jobs, they said, that are being cut. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Opening bell just a minute ago, and the Dow Jones Industrial starting off 163 points lower. The NASDAQ falling 34, and the S&P 500 index down 14 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, Hermitage, it's a crash on Old Hickory Boulevard, northbound side at I-40 East. Been there a while. Also, West Nashville, a crash at Charlotte Pike at I-40. And at the airport, a crash. The off-ramp is partially blocked on I-40 eastbound. That's the off-ramp to southbound Briley Parkway East. Problems there because of traffic being jammed up in that spot. And then there's some paving work in Ashland City at Old Clarksville Pike at Randy Road. Still got to watch out for spots of fog this morning. A dense fog advisory will be over in just about a half hour from now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand, in for Dan Mandis. This is the gang of three amigos and an amiga. Two amigos, one amiga.
You got it now.
All right, I'm in. Johnny B producing, Joan Jones in the newsroom. What do you guys got? What are we doing in the gang of three right now?
Well, we're thinking about Dan for one thing.
Yeah, normally it's like Dan's driving the ship, and I just kind of I coast during the amigos. So I don't.
You too?
So Dan's got a new baby, a new grandbaby, and he's at home. He's soaking up the new baby smells.
Oh yeah, changing diapers probably.
Oh yeah. It's weird changing diapers the first couple days.
Yes, it is.
You get the ooze, you know?
That's a nice way to put it.
Right. When we had Kennedy, I remember looking at my wife going, what the hell is this? Is this okay? Is this normal?
Do we need to get him to the doctor?
It's fine. It's fine. They said it's fine. All right. I'm a little nervous.
It's like having a little alien because they're wrinkly. They just don't. They're so flexible, you know,
Yes.
and they're just so dependent, so reliant on you to keep them alive.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah.
Joan, you have a granddaughter.
I do. I have 3 kids of my own, and actually I have 2 granddaughters and another one on the way.
So when you have your first kid, you're nervous about everything, but then as you get more kids, you get less nervous. Do the nerves come back when it's the grandbaby?
Somewhat. You know, they're asking you, like my son and my daughter-in-law will ask me questions about, is this normal? Do you remember that happening? And I'm like, it's been a while. You're 30 years old, bud. I don't remember anything from that.
All I'm going to do is spoil them and give them back to you.
Yeah. My job is to give them candy and give them back to you.
Just a little red dye 40 and some return to sender. You know, that's what we're going to do here.
And plenty of sugar.
I love it. Yeah, no, we're excited for Dan, man. Congratulations.
There's so much spoiling that can go on with grandchildren that you couldn't do with your own children. It makes it, you know, people always said to me, wow, when you have a grandkid, the love is so much different. And I thought, how could it be different, really? But it is.
Yes, it is. It truly is.
Yeah.
And Dan is going to, I'm telling you, because if you ever seen Dan with his daughter, because I got to see that on display when he got married. He and his daughter are just very tight, and she is such a sweet girl. And I could tell, I mean, he just really, Dan is very, very much a great parent with her. And I can just imagine what he's going to be like with his baby.
Dan is going to be going to the Taylor Swift reunion tour with the grandkids
Yes,
down the road. I can see it now.
That'd be a whole new era tour.
Yeah, we played a clip in the first Gang of Amigos where there's a guy that paid $4,000 for a Taylor Swift signed guitar just to take a hammer to it.
Crashed it, yeah.
Dan's going to pay for the $4,000 Taylor Swift guitar and then put it in the baby's room.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So you travel a lot, do you not?
Yes.
And do you travel by air?
I do.
Well, you may want to rethink it.
Oh, jeez. I try to stay away from these stories. I find myself in a plane from time to time, and I don't know how to tell if it's a Boeing or not. But I'm always like, please don't let it be a Boeing. I don't know what the alternative to a Boeing is, but I'm always hoping for the alternative to the Boeing.
You're not alone. But anyway, a Scandinavian Airlines flight. This was going from Oslo to Spain. It was diverted to Copenhagen, Denmark, after a mouse crawled out of a passenger's in-flight meal.
Oh.
What? This is according to the BBC, I dare say. Yes. You thought snakes on a plane were bad. I'd pray for snakes to be on that plane.
Well, they would be able to take care of the mouse.
Yeah, exactly.
If there's a mouse, there may be a snake.
But anyway, one passenger said they were sitting next to the passenger whose meal harbored the rodent. They told the BBC that people on board remained calm. I find that hard to believe. But he put his socks over his pant legs so the mouse couldn't crawl up his leg.
No.
This actually, I went to one CMA Awards one time program.
Okay.
And we're sitting there, with the crowd, and everybody's, dressed up very nicely. And all of a sudden, I see people jumping up, like several rows in front of us, and then our row. And all of a sudden, my wife at the time jumps up, and I said, "What's going on?" She said, "It's a mouse."
Oh no!
There was a mouse loose at the Opry House.
Oh no! You think people are doing a modified version of the wave?
Yeah. Willie Nelson thinks, "Hey, the crowd's really with me."
Oh, jeez. That's insane. I love the way the Europeans, though, class it up. Like, it's not a mouse jumping out of a food tray. It's there was a tray harboring a rodent.
That's right. It was harboring a rodent at the time, I dare say. So I put me pant leg in me socks.
Oh, jeez. I wear ankle socks. I wouldn't have an opportunity to roll to do that.
See, I do too.
I would just have to pull the feet up to the seat.
Yeah, I would. And I do not
You guys don't wear compression socks?
Sometimes I do.
I don't do it.
Wait till you're our age.
Yeah. Wait. Yes.
Give yourself a couple of years.
They'll be your friend.
All right.
But anybody knows me, I hate mice and rats. I just have no use for them.
Okay, so then you would have been scared to tears this morning. I walked out of my house, go to get into the car, and a mouse runs. Now, this is in our garage, and it's closed. Everything's closed. A mouse runs out from underneath my car to a corner of the driveway, or the corner of the garage.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And they're nasty little creatures.
Yeah.
They just really
They're
are.
so cute.
See, I can't go along with that. They are
I have
not
a problem,
cute.
like setting traps and killing them because they're cute.
I have no problem killing them.
It'd be a cute death.
Yeah, it really would. You're a cute little devil.
I hate this. I hate having to do this.
Well, and rats. In one of my previous marriages, it was not cleared with me that one of the children, their friend came over and they had a rat. They had two, actually.
Did they lose one in the house?
No, they had them in a like a what do you call it?
Terrarium.
Yes, and that still didn't make me comfortable.
So the kid just carried over the whole case with the rats?
yeah, had the rats with her, and I was like,
no.
This is a deal breaker.
Not approved. You have to clear that with management before you bring that into the building.
I think I even went and stayed in a hotel that night.
No, you didn't.
I did. And I said, next time we discuss this before it happens.
You're tough, man.
Well, I have no use for rodents.
Johnny walked in and he was the Simpsons meme. He puts his hat and his coat down, then he sees the rats. He just picks the hat and the coat back up and walks out. I'll see you guys later.
See you later, Bart.
All right, so I wanted to play this unhinged rant from Joy Reid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, talk about a rat.
Honestly, it's a good segue. She didn't jump out of anybody's tray on a plane, although it would be more terrifying, I do believe. Joy Reid went on a rant saying that Trump wants his supporters to do violence to black people if he loses the election.
It's unbelievable.
At what point can you just sue this woman into oblivion? Listen to this rant.
It
is calculated, right? I mean, Donald Trump isn't just a doddering fool who happens to be racist. He's a calculated person who is not trying to grow his vote share. He's trying to speak into the id of a particular kind of voter about when he says we have to call out Detroit, Philly, and Atlanta. We have to go into Philly, Detroit, Atlanta. He lost Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Michigan in 2020, which is how he lost the election. It's why he's under indictment for attempting to steal those races. What he's telling his voters, his small, his share of extreme MAGA voters, these blacks are stealing the election. Black Haitians are violent cannibals. Black people are the enemy. Black people are going to be responsible if and when I lose, and you are permitted through my language to do violence to them if necessary to stop another peaceful transfer of power, because he understands that he is not winning the election.
How can she just say that and get away with it and say it with a straight face?
Where does she come up with this stuff?
Yes, irresponsible.
Also, I lived in Detroit. You know that there is white people in Detroit too.
Yeah.
And Detroit, Philadelphia, Atlanta, were there not anomalies in those areas when it came to voting?
Yes.
Right? In Detroit, did they not put the poster board up over the windows where they were counting the votes?
Oh, sure. And in Georgia, they stopped voting because they had
a toilet overflow.
Yeah, toilet overflow, so we have to quit. When does that ever happen?
I think Trump has every right to say you need to look at Detroit, Philadelphia, and Atlanta. We need people in those rooms to watch the process. I don't think that's a call for violence towards black people. I don't understand what is wrong with her brain where that's the jump she makes.
When has he ever said that? Never.
It's TDS in extreme. And that he hasn't sued her already is just incredible.
He should. I would absolutely open up a lawsuit. You're saying that I'm permitting through my language to do violence on black people? Here, the crazy part about this is that there are people that will listen to her and believe it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they'll buy into it.
They will believe it.
Yeah.
It's like what the CNN, they had the clips with the kids. And it broke my heart because one of the kids said, well, they said, would your parents let you go over to a Trump house? And this poor kid, 6-year-old black kid said, well, no, because Trump doesn't like black people, so they probably wouldn't like me. And it's like, this is the vile racism of the left creeping out. And it's heartbreaking to a certain extent.
Meantime, he, you can look at his staff of people who work for him at, Trump Tower and in his personal business dealings. And it's largely black.
Yes.
And largely female.
And he's always, you look at the people he's been photographed with.
Yeah.
Good gracious.
He won a community award with Rosa Parks and Muhammad Ali for what he did for the black community in New York in the early 90s.
And also, weren't more black people getting employed during his time in the White House?
Yes.
Yes.
Not just small business NBA players. It's unbelievable to me that they continue to spread this, they continue to push this, and then they think that there's no consequences for just calling a man a racist. Saying he wants his supporters to do violence against black people?
I've never heard that.
It's insane. And then if you point out a black person that does support Donald Trump, like, Larry Elder, they'll write a newspaper article and say he's the black face of white supremacy.
Yes. Exactly.
John Amachukwu, they'll call him an Uncle Tom. And it's like, you understand all the vile racism is really coming from one side.
It does.
It's coming from the left, the same political party who couldn't choose Josh Shapiro as VP because he's just a little bit too Jewish for the radical elements of their base.
Well, and Kamala couldn't cook pork as much.
No. This is true. This is true. I will say this. I'm glad that they chose Tim Walz. We're going to be watching that debate tonight. J.D. Vance versus Tim Walz, Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. And I'm glad they chose Walz because he's an easy target. When it comes to the China connections, when it comes to the tampons in the boys' rooms, when it comes to the stolen valor, the lies about IVF, he's going to have a lot to answer for tonight on the debate stage. And I fully expect J.D. Vance to call him out every single step of the way. We want you there to watch it with us. Brian Wilson gets into Hop Springs about 3 o'clock. He's going to be doing his entire show there live. Myself, Mandis, Murphy, we're going to be there as well, watching the debate with you. Fox Nation is going to be there, so we want you to dress to impress. You know, we got company coming over, so let's hang out. Let's show them a good time, and we'll see you there. Glock Store is going to be there giving away some prizes too. 997WTN.com for more info. It is 8:51 on the Super Talk. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Hey, a really scary announcement from the White House regarding Iran just breaking in the newsroom this morning. Coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:56 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. I didn't realize how much I needed to watch Judy Justice, but I know
makes
now.
so much sense.
I know now. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. I've been filling in for Dan Mans today. Dan had a grandbaby. And joining me in studio is Jennifer Sheets. She's going to be filling in for me
Hey, Chris.
During the midday. What's up, Jennifer? How are you?
I am so excited for Dan. This is amazing.
It's good news, right? It's the best.
He's going to be a great grandpa. He's going to be like showering with gifts and, all the things. And I have loved listening to y'all this morning on the way in. You're cracking me up. I need to put that track of them laughing, like fake laugh on the podcast.
Awkward laugh from the Kamala podcast. The pity
amazing.
laugh.
The pity laugh.
The pity laugh. It was, hold on, I'm going to try and find it. It was something special when they did the pity laugh.
I can't imagine how many people actually do that though when they listen to her. If we probably recorded all the people listening to her,
yep,
we probably find that quite a bit.
It is. I can't find it. I'll leave it. I'll leave it for you somewhere. But yeah, that interview with Kamala Harris on the Up in Smoke podcast. It's terrible.
It's terrible, yes. Well, hey, I'm so thankful for you filling in for Dan today. And thank you for giving me a chance to fill in for you today. We're just going to all work together so he can enjoy the day today.
Absolutely. Debate party tonight. Hop Springs and Murfreesboro. I want to see you there. Brian's in at 3. The rest of the crew rolls in momentarily after that. Fox Nation is going to be there, so clean up. We got company coming. It's 8:58 on Super Talk 99.7 W.